we go. There it fucking go. They gonna make this video, what you call it? Like, they gonna age restrict this video. Hell nah. All right, let's get into it. That's fucking good. We'll go over here. The kingdom of God within you. The Gospel of Thomas is the most famous of the writings discovered in a cache of documents unearthed in 1945 near Nag Hammadi, the so-called Gnostic Gospels. The book consists of 114 sayings of Jesus and only that. About half of these are versions of sayings of Jesus found earlier in Matthew, Mark, and Luke. The other half are the ones that have attracted the most scholarly attention. Taken together, all these sayings are presented as a kind of secret mystical knowledge that, when understood, can provide eternal life. The very first words of the text encapsulate this intention. These are the hidden sayings that the living Jesus spoke, and Didymus Judas Thomas wrote down. And he said, "Whoever finds the interpretation of these sayings will not taste death." Never has there been a greater burden imposed on the interpreter. The only way to live forever is to find the correct meaning of the words of the book. Many of the sayings placed on Jesus' lips here are mysterious, indeed, and hard to fathom. Then again, if they were simple and clear, just anyone could have eternal life. Some of the sayings focus precisely on the need to acquire proper knowledge for salvation. Eternal life comes not by faith, but by knowing the secret truths Jesus reveals and by living accordingly. In particular, those who belong to the truth will not be concerned with the needs and demands of the body, but on the contrary, will despise the physical realities of existence and yearn for a return to the heavenly realm whence they have come. This return will not happen at a future apocalyptic moment when an actual kingdom of God arrives on earth. Quite the contrary. Jesus here preaches against the idea that the kingdom is a realm outside a person that is to be expected and an eschatological moment to come. The importance of this anti-apocalyptic theme is shown by the fact that at both the beginning of the gospel and at its end, Jesus corrects the older understanding of the coming kingdom of God. That is, the understanding of the historical Jesus himself. Thus, at the beginning, Jesus condemns those who preach an actual physical kingdom of God, either in heaven or on earth. Jesus said, "If your leaders say to you, 'Look, the kingdom is in the sky,' then the birds of the sky will precede you. If they say to you, 'It is in the sea,' then the fish will precede you. But the kingdom is within you, and it is outside you." The kingdom, in other words, is not a place you will see and enter. It is a reality within and around us. The point is re-emphasized near the end of the collection of sayings. His disciples said to him, "When will this kingdom come?" Jesus replied, "It will not come by waiting for it. They will not say, 'Look here it is,' or look here it is, or 'Look there it is.' Rather, the kingdom of the Father is spread out upon the earth and people do not see it." God's kingdom is not a place to come later, a place that can be located here or there. It is everywhere, and it is now. People should find it in the present, both within themselves and scattered throughout their daily experiences. And so, in the middle of the gospel, we have an exchange between Jesus and his disciples. His disciples said to him, When will the repose of the dead take place? And when will the new world come? He said to them, what you are looking for has come, but for your part, you don't know it. The resurrection of the dead is not a future event to come with the appearance of a new heaven and earth. It comes now to those who grasp the hidden sayings of Jesus. Understanding these sayings is how one can see Jesus, not as one who comes in the future, but as one who is here with us now. In addition, seeing him requires abandoning the passions and desires of this life, moving beyond the demands of the body, and seeking the spiritual truth that is available. And so, in one of the most graphic statements of this view, Jesus likens the concerns and demands of the body to clothing that needs to be stripped off and despised if one wants to understand who Christ really is. His disciples said, "When will you appear to us? And when shall we see you?" Jesus said, "When you strip naked without being ashamed, and take your clothes and place them under your feet like little children and stamp on them, then you will see the Son of the Living One, and you will not be afraid." Jesus is weird, interpreting and altering the words of Jesus. And so, hold on. I have to look at my coffee and shit. Anyway, and so in the Gospel of Thomas, the last of the Gospels we'll consider, we find words placed on Jesus's lips that differ radically from anything the historical Jesus himself actually said. It would be a mistake, however, to think that in altering Jesus's message, the anonymous author of this text was doing something significantly different from what the other authors of earlier Gospels had done. From the outset of the Christian movement, those who reported the words of Jesus changed them in light of their own new situations, translating them into idioms that made more sense in their own present and making them embody and capture views the authors themselves had, even if these were different from those of the historical Jesus. That was true for all of Jesus's teachings, including his apocalyptic notions of the coming kingdom of God. The interpretations of Jesus found in the Gospel of Thomas did not widely catch on, however, probably for a variety of reasons. Among other things, these alternative sayings of Jesus were never included in the New Testament. The books that did become canonical scripture talked about the great eternal rewards that would come to the faithful and the horrible punishment that would come to sinners. These views themselves developed in various directions over time. By the 2nd century, very few followers of Jesus held to his views of the afterlife. Instead, they subscribed to ideas of heaven and hell that later formed the basis of Christian beliefs that have come down to us today. Chapter 11, the afterlife mysteries of the Book of Revelation. Let me look at my coffee real quick. Hold on. We got up in here. What's going on? Some random madman making doom in the beach. What's going on? Don't get kicked out of here, y'all. I got, goddammit, somebody on the case. Mary Jane. Tin Man. Me my coffee. Hold up. Excuse me. I wish I could smoke. I'm at work. I feel you, bro. All right. Got my whistle wet. Ready to go. No writing in the New Testament has fascinated and befuddled readers more than the Book of Revelation. The book details what will happen at the end of time, when God unleashes his wrath on this world, bringing massive calamity and destruction, including the complete and decisive overthrow of all the forces of evil, the devil, his agents, Hades, and death itself. But, but the rich and complex symbolism throughout the book creates a near perfect irony. It is called the Revelation, but no one can agree on what it reveals. Throughout Christian history down to our own day, confident interpreters have asserted views that stand radically at odds with one another. Does the book give a literal description of what will happen at the end in our future? Could the cosmic upheavals it describes symbolize something other than actual catastrophes on Earth? Is an antichrist soon to appear? Who is the mysterious beast whose number is 666? Is it some wicked tyrant ruling already now, or one who will arrive very soon? Can we expect Armageddon in our own day, maybe in a few weeks? Throughout history, many interpreters of the book of Revelation have argued its predictions were coming true in their own time. Each and every one of them has been incontrovertibly and demonstrably wrong. It's not because they have applied insufficient effort and ingenuity to their interpretations, but because they have, to a person, thought the book was referring to events that were yet to transpire in human history. I'll be arguing in this chapter that this specific approach to interpretation, the one most readers take, is wrong. It was a mistake to think that the number of the beast, 666, referred to Hitler, the Pope, or Saddam Hussein, or that the end of history was to come in 1844 or 1988 or in the aftermath of 9/11, not because of simple error in calculation, but because of a fundamental flaw in interpretation. This book, like all the books of the Bible, was written both in and for its own day. And if we want to understand what its author meant, we have to place his book in its own historical context. In addition, we have to understand better what kind of book it is. I'll be arguing that it is not a prediction of what was to happen thousands of years after the author's day. He was describing what he thought would take place in his own time. He did so by using a literary genre common at the time called the apocalypse, which is a genre found in a number of works, especially during the 400-year period between the Maccabean revolt and the end of the Second Christian century. We have already seen three examples: first Enoch, Daniel, and the fourth of Ezra. To understand the book of Revelation in its own context, instead of taking it out of context, we have to begin by recognizing more fully how writings of this literary genre worked, especially in their use of bizarre symbolism. The matters for our present purposes. Back up. That matters for our present purposes because the later Christian understandings of heaven and hell depend heavily on the book's depiction of the heavenly Jerusalem, dwelling place for all eternity of the saints, a city with gates of pearl and streets of gold, as well as its fearful references to the eternal lake of fire, the destination of sinners. If, as I will try to show, the rest of the book was meant to be understood symbolically, we are faced with a pressing question. Why should we take these descriptions of the eternal fates of saints and sinners literally? The apocalypse genre. It's the book, in case y'all was wondering. Heaven and Hell by Bart Ehrman. Praise Satan and hell thyself. Fuck yeah, dog. Good morning, Mary Jane. Thank you for moderating. The title of the book Revelation is simply the Latin form of the Greek word apocalypse, which, as we have seen, means a revealing or an unveiling. Nearly all other ancient apocalypses, i.e., books in this literary genre, are written synonymously, and for reasons we have seen. The heavenly mysteries revealed to these divine seers could obviously not come to just anyone. And so, the authors claim to be famous holy men of the past, those especially chosen to receive divine revelations that unveil the mysteries of the universe. The best known exception to the rule that apocalypses were pseudonymous is the book of Revelation itself. The author tells us who he is, someone named John. He does not tell us which John he was, which is disappointing, because it was a common name. Later, readers assumed he was none other than Jesus' disciple, John, the son of Zebedee, whom they identified also as the author of the fourth gospel. But scholars have long known, going back to the third Christian century, that these two books must have been written by different people. On one hand, their writing styles are nothing at all alike, a bit like reading a page from a Dickens novel and then another from a sophomore in a creative writing class. Whoever the John was who wrote the book of Revelation, it was not someone highly literate or trained in ancient Greek, its original language. This book, unlike the Gospel of John, is written in an extremely awkward style. The author, in fact, makes a number of basic grammatical mistakes. Don't get me started. Don't get me fucking started. Grammatical mistakes are just like right up Christian's alley. I mean, just look at their comments. Grammatical errors, almost as if they get paid to make them. Like, it's ridiculous. Anyway, not only that, but the theological views of the two books are quite distinct, even at odds. Nowhere is this more true than in their understandings of the end times. The Gospel of John, as we have seen, radically de-apocalypticized the message of Jesus so that he no longer predicts what will happen at the end of the age. The book of Revelation is all about the end of the age. Thus, these are two different authors with different sets of concerns and contrasting theologies. The irony is that the book of Revelation, which claims to be written by someone named John, is not called John, while the fourth gospel, which does not claim to be written by someone named John, is called John. As to who wrote each book, we are almost completely in the dark. Neither author was probably John the son of Zebedee, who, as a lower-class day laborer in a rural part of Galilee, almost certainly cannot write at all. Our main concern with Revelation is not with the identity of the author, but with the meaning of the book. Apocalypses, whether 1st Enoch or 4 Ezra, Daniel or Revelation, are prose narratives written in the first person by someone who receives mystical and perplexing revelations from God. Sometimes these revelations are deeply veiled descriptions of the future of earth, as we saw, for example, in the book of Daniel. Sometimes they are bizarre visions of the heavenly realm itself, as we saw in 1st Enoch. Both kinds of revelations of the future or of the world above are always given in highly symbolic terms. It's very common to find bizarre descriptions of fantastically shaped beasts, angels, and other living creatures, veiled references to divine activities, visions of mind-boggling locations and structures in heaven, and detailed but opaque expositions of future events. These symbolic visions are consistently puzzling, not only for the readers, but strikingly for the narrators themselves. One common feature of these texts, though not consistently found in Revelation itself, is that the visions are typically mediated to the author through an angelic interpreter who explains to him what he is seeing. In most instances, the text provides its own keys to interpreting the symbols, so that a reader who is careful and diligent can make sense of the symbolism. The ultimate point of these books is almost always to show that despite the vast mysteries of the cosmic realms and the puzzling events that are transpiring on earth, God ultimately is sovereign. Evil may be manifest in unfathomable ways, but in the end, there is only one Lord Almighty, and he is in control. When this world comes to a close, when all is said and done, God will reassert his power and triumph over all that is opposed to him. The symbols of the narrative portray this ultimate truth. The point is not to give some kind of literal description of what you would really see if you were yourself transported to the world above the clouds, or what is really going to transpire down here on earth in a way that can be put on a timeline. It's instead to use deeply mystical language to portray what cannot be expressed in literal words, to embrace the ultimate reality behind all there is, God himself, the master of the world and everything that happens in it. The book of Revelation and its symbols. To make sense of the afterlife images found in the book of Revelation, it is important first to have a sense of the overall flow of the narrative. The book begins with the author experiencing a highly symbolic vision of Christ, one like a son of man, who tells him to write letters encouraging and exhorting the seven churches of Asia Minor, and then to describe all that he is about to be shown, the visions of the heavenly realm that foreshadow what will happen on earth. That is in Revelation 1:12 through 20. After John writes the correspondence, the revelations begin in chapter 4, where he is ordered to ascend through a door in the sky to the world above. When he arrives in heaven, he sees God in his brilliance, seated on his throne with flashes of lightning and peals of thunder, surrounded by 24 elders wearing white robes and golden crowns, and 4 creatures representing all living things, worshiping God forever. John, this just sounds absolutely terrible. Like, I would not want that to be my existence. Just all of us all in white fucking robes, holding hands, worshiping God for all of eternity. Like, what type of shit is that? Why would he even want that? Is he insecure? Anyhow, John then sees in the hand of the one seated on the throne a scroll sealed with 7 seals. The scroll contains a written account of what will transpire on earth. The prophet weeps when he sees that no one is worthy to break the seals so as to unroll the scroll. But one of the elders tells him that there is, in fact, one who is worthy. John then sees next to the throne a lamb standing as if it had been slaughtered. The lamb, of course, is Christ. The lamb takes the scroll from the hand of God and breaks its seals one at a time. With the breaking of each seal, a major catastrophe happens on earth: war, famine, economic collapse, and death. When he breaks the 6th seal, cosmic disasters ensue. The sun turns black, the moon red, the stars fall from the sky, and the sky vanishes. You would think that this now is the end of all existence, the destruction of the universe, but we're only in chapter 6. The breaking of the 7th seal leads not to another disaster, but to a new sequence of disasters. 7 angels appear, each bearing a trumpet. As each one blows his trumpet, a new disaster hits the earth. Natural disasters on land and sea and in the sky, the appearance of horrible beasts who wreak havoc, massive calamity and unspeakable suffering. The 7th trumpet marks the beginning of the end. The beast, the so-called Antichrist, appears along with his false prophet. But then we're introduced to 7 more angels, each bearing a bowl of God's wrath. Each one pours his bowl out upon the earth in turn, leading to yet more calamities, one after the other: epidemics, universal misery, and death. This is Revelation 15 and 16. The end comes with the destruction of the great whore of Babylon, the city responsible for the persecution of the saints. The city is overthrown amid great weeping and wailing on earth, but much rejoicing in heaven. Then there comes a final cosmic battle between the heavenly Christ with his heavenly armies and the beast and the forces aligned with him. It is in fact no contest. Christ wins quickly and decisively. The enemies of God are completely crushed, and the beast and the false prophet are thrown into the lake of fire that burns with sulfur. An angel then comes from heaven to capture Satan and bind him for 1,000 years in a bottomless pit, while Christ rules the earth with the many, many martyrs who have been killed for their faith. At the end of this millennium, Satan is released for a time to wreak temporary havoc on the earth. But then, finally, he is captured and also thrown into the lake of fire, where with the beast and a prophet, he would be tormented day and night forever and ever. Then there is a final resurrection of the dead. Humans are all raised to face judgment. Those whose names are written in the book of life are rewarded. Those not found in the book are thrown into the lake of fire. The book concludes with the prophet's vision of a new Jerusalem that descends from heaven to earth, the dwelling place of all saints forever. It's an enormous place, 1,500 miles square, made of gold and with gates of pearl. It has no need of light because God himself and his Lamb enlighten it. This will be an eternal place of joy with no more fear of darkness, no pain, misery, suffering, or tears. Good will reign forever, and the righteous will forever bask in its light. The prophet John ends the book by stressing his vision is true, and Christ is coming soon. Does he not know what the fuck soon means? Like, what is it with you Christians? Y'all keep saying, oh, he coming soon. 1,000 years go by, he coming soon. Another 1,000 years, he coming soon. Like, I don't think y'all get what the fuck soon means. Soon doesn't mean sometime eventually. It means like any moment now. Like, I shouldn't be like old and shit. You're still like, oh, he coming soon. Fuck out of here. And none of this breathtaking vision can be read literally as an indication of what chronologically will happen at the end of time. It's impossible to place the events it portrays in a linear timeline. As we've seen, the universe has collapsed less than a third of the way into the book. Moreover, the author himself indicates that his account is symbolic and, in fact, gives keys to the interpretation of his symbols. This can be readily demonstrated from two key passages. In chapter 17, one of the seven angels who will pour out bowls of God's wrath on the earth takes the prophet to show him a great whore who is seated on many waters. He is told that this prostitute has committed fornication with the kings of the earth. When he goes into the wilderness, he sees a woman sitting on a scarlet-colored beast that has 7 heads and 10 horns. The woman is luxuriously arrayed in purple and scarlet, wearing gold, jewels, and pearls. She is holding a golden cup filled with abominations, and on her head is written a name of mystery, Babylon the Great, mother of whores and averts abominations. We are told that the woman is drunk with the blood of the saints and of the witnesses to Jesus. In the King James Version of the Bible, we are confronted at this point by a slight problem with Jacobean English. We are told that the prophet looks upon this great whore with great admiration. Modern translations rectify the problem. The prophet is deeply amazed, as he well might be. Who or what in the world is this whore of Babylon? The prophet himself cannot figure it out, but the angel explains to him by assuring him, quote, "This calls for a mind that has wisdom." He first indicates that the beast on which the woman is seated is destined to ascend from the bottomless pit. Looking ahead, the reader knows that in Revelation 20, verse 2, it is Satan who is bound for this pit. Moreover, there he is called the dragon, the serpent of old. The woman is supported then by the devil himself. But who is the woman? The angel goes on to explain that the 7 heads of the beast are actually 7 mountains on which the woman is seated. Anyone living in the ancient world would by now have no trouble figuring out who she is. For those who do not understand the clue, the angel provides the final answer. The woman you saw is the great city that rules over the kings of the earth. Who is the city ruling the world of John's day? Rome, famous even in antiquity for being the city built on 7 hills, the beast with 7 heads. Well, why is Rome called Babylon? Why is she called Babylon? Well, that was the city that in 586 BCE destroyed Jerusalem and burned the temple under the direction of the Babylonian ruler Nebuchadnezzar. Now, 6 centuries later, in 70 CE, it is Rome who has destroyed Jerusalem and burned its second temple under the Roman Emperor Vespasian. This is the city ruled ultimately by Satan, the enemy of God, the city responsible both for the economic exploitation of the earth and for the persecution of Christians. Thus, for the author of Revelation, the enemy of God is the Roman Empire and its rulers. It's not some wicked woman bound to appear soon in the 21st century. No, sir. The attentive reader of Revelation will recognize that this beast in chapter 17 has already appeared in chapter 13. There, we are told of a beast rising out of the sea, again with 10 horns and 7 heads. Moreover, the whole earth followed the beast, worshiping it. The beast in this earlier chapter is said to be haughty and blasphemous, and to have waged war on the saints. At the end of the chapter comes the most famous cryptic statements of the entire book, as the author reveals the identity of the beast. Quote, "This calls for wisdom. Let anyone with understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a person. Its number is 666. In some manuscripts of Revelation, the number of the beast is given as 616 rather than 666. How are we to explain all this? Brilliant and extravagant explanations have appeared over the centuries, with readers of each generation claiming that this Antichrist figure has arisen in their own day, with authors in the century past loudly proclaiming their evidence that in fact it refers to Mussolini, Henry Kissinger, or Pope Paul VI. But this author was writing for his own day, not for modern times, you idiots. And the symbolism he uses makes the best sense for his own context. If we know from chapter 17 that the beast is Satan-controlled Rome and its rulers, we can probably assume that's what the author means for chapter 13 too. But how do we make sense of the number 666? The author, in fact, is appealing to an ancient form of literary interpretation known as gematria, which involves determining the numerical value of words and names. In ancient languages, such as Greek and Hebrew, the letters of the alphabet served also as numerals, so that, for example, in Greek, 1 was represented by alpha, 2 by beta, and so on. And that means every word had a numerical value, which could be calculated simply by adding up the value of each letter. The author of Revelation is indicating that the beast is a person whose name has a numerical value of 666. Modern interpreters have long recognized the answer to this puzzle. The ruler of Rome, long thought to be the first empirical arch-enemy of the Christians because of the violent persecution that he sponsored, leading to horrible, bloody martyrdoms, was the Emperor Nero. It's surely no accident that if you spell Caesar Neron in Hebrew letters, they add up to 666. Even more striking, there is an alternative spelling of the name Nero instead of Neron. Without that final N at the end, the name adds up to 616. When the author of Revelation describes both the beast arising out of the sea and the whore of Babylon, he is not speaking of a literal beast or a literal prostitute, and he is not referring to a figure about to appear in the 21st century. He is using these images symbolically to refer interchangeably to the city and empire of Rome and the empire's rulers, the enemies of the Christians in his own day. In short, the key to interpreting the book of Revelation is to recognize its symbols for what they are. And so, we return to my earlier question. If the book is full of symbols and is clearly meant to be interpreted figuratively, why should we think that the horrible eternal lake of fire or the fantastically beautiful New Jerusalem are literal descriptions of the afterlife? In fact, these too are symbolic descriptions of realities that are beyond words to convey in a straightforward sense. My thesis is that the lake of fire is a symbolic description not of eternal torment awaiting sinners, but of their ultimate annihilation for all time with no hope of life even after. Let me back up. Let me say that sentence again because I fucked it up. My thesis is that the lake of fire is a symbolic description, not of eternal torment awaiting sinners, but of their ultimate annihilation for all time with no hope of life ever after. There we go. The New Jerusalem refers to the unimaginable utopian existence the followers of Jesus will receive in the life to come. The afterlife of Christian martyrs. The first reference to the afterlife in Revelation occurs in chapter 6 with the breaking of the fifth seal. Nothing happens on earth, but the prophet sees the souls of those who have been slaughtered for the word of God and the witness they gave under an altar in heaven as they cry out to God, "How long before you judge and avenge our blood on those who dwell on earth?" An altar, of course, is the point of contact between God and humans, so these martyrs for Christ have a special access to the divine presence. They want to be vindicated for their faithfulness, but they are deferred in their wishes. Each is given a white robe and told to rest a little while longer until all their fellow Christians, also destined for martyrdom, have met their fates. These other martyrs are described in chapter 7 after the breaking of the sixth seal. There are two groups, 144,000 Jews, 12,000 from each of the 12 tribes, and an enormous crowd that no one could number, from among peoples of every nation. The numbers are staggering and cannot be used to document how many Christians were actually martyred for their faith in John's time. In periods of persecution, it often seems to those who are suffering that their entire population is being decimated. But there weren't even 144,000 Christians in the world at the time, and recent studies have convincingly shown that martyrdom was rare rather than regular. It is striking that for the entire book of Revelation, these martyrs appear to be the only souls in heaven. They are at rest and are kindly treated by God, but no other saints are said to be destined for such favorable divine treatment. Dying for the faith brought a special reward. The rest of the righteous will eventually inherit a glorious existence on earth in the New Jerusalem after the final judgment. So too, presumably, will these martyrs after their temporary residence under the altar in heaven. But to our possible chagrin, the book of Revelation never indicates what, in the author's opinion, is happening to all the other believers who have died before the final judgment. Are they somewhere in the underworld? Are they asleep in the grave? Have they simply ceased to exist for a time? He doesn't say. What he does indicate is what will happen to sinners leading up to the last day. In chapter 14, an angel appears in heaven crying out that Babylon the Great is fallen. That is, the prophet foresees the coming destruction of Rome. Another angel appears and announces that all who have thrown in their lot with the beast will drink the wine of God's wrath that is poured out, undiluted from the cup of his anger. This horrible punishment is not described specifically as the lake of fire, but we are told that these enemies of God will be tormented in fire and sulfur before the angels and the Lamb, and the fire of their torment goes up forever and ever. They will have no rest day and night. There's an obvious contrast here. The martyrs of Christ reside in glory, clothed by God and given rest in heaven, while their earthly adversaries, the ones who persecuted and killed them, will be given no rest, burning day and night. The author cannot literally mean that they will be fried forever, since he later will describe their final judgment. They, like the martyrs, are experiencing a temporary fate while waiting for the realities of eternity to begin. The burning image itself is an obvious symbol, not a literal description of people toasting for eternity. Their smoke goes up forever and ever because they have no chance of turning back. Their punishment is permanent. This figurative turn of phrase occurs commonly in the Bible and is never meant literally. We find it in Isaiah 34, a description of the doleful fate of the nation of Edom, which will be turned into pitch and her soil into sulfur. This land will become burning pitch night and day. It shall not be quenched. Its smoke shall go up forever. That's Isaiah 34:10. No one thinks if you make a trip to the Middle East today that you'll see Edom still burning with smoke that has been rising nonstop for millennia. Isaiah means that Edom will be destroyed permanently. So too the author of Revelation. The supporters of Rome will not be given rest in the world to come. Eventually, in chapter 20, they will be annihilated for all time. We shouldn't be too concerned that in chapter 14, the prophet indicates the torment will last forever, when he actually means it'll last 6 chapters. We have already seen that his account cannot be seen as chronologically literal, nor was it meant to be. Otherwise, there would be no Rome to be destroyed anyway after the 6th seal. The final judgment of the wicked. John's horrifying lake of fire makes its first appearance in Revelation 19. Christ, along with his heavenly armies, appears from heaven for the last battle. In a flash, their arch enemies on earth are sounded defeatedly and punished. In a flash, their arch enemies on earth are soundly defeated and punished. There we go. The supernatural opponents of Christ, the beast and his prophet, are thrown living into the lake of fire that burns with sulfur. Their human allies, on the other hand, are slain with a sword, and all the birds become gorged with their flesh. In other words, the dead, for now, are just dead. If the author has already indicated that the beast is actually the empire of Rome, then obviously it's difficult to imagine how it could be thrown alive into a sulfurous lake. Fire and sulfur are often used in biblical text to refer to the judgment of God. All the way back in Genesis, God rains fire and sulfur down on the heinous sinners of Sodom and Gomorrah. Ezekiel imagines a similar fate for the mythical kingdom of Gog at the end of time. The psalmist speaks of God raining down coals of fire and sulfur on the wicked. The image, no doubt, was particularly poignant among those who knew, or at least had heard, that Christians have been put to grisly deaths by fire. For this author, their enemies would face a similar fate. But for them, it would not be a pyre that burns out after a time. It would be an eternal lake seething with eternal fire whose smoke never stops rising. In contrast, the martyrs themselves will receive a fantastic reward. While God's enemies are bobbing on waves of eternal flame, those they have killed earlier will come back to life and rule with Christ on earth for 1,000 years. It is often overlooked by readers of Revelation that this glorious millennium on earth is reserved only for those who have been beheaded for their testimony to Jesus and on account of the Word of God. It is not for all saints, for example, those who died peacefully in their beds. Their own day will come, but it will only be after these 1,000 years that the martyrs enjoy on earth with Christ. When that period ends, Satan will return from his bottomless pit and rouse other nations against the saints. But he and his allies will soon be defeated. The hostile armies will be destroyed by fire from heaven. The devil has a worse fate. He will be thrown into the lake of fire to join the beast and his prophet, who have been roasting nonstop for 1,000 years already. The three of them will be tormented day and night forever and ever. The first 1,000 years are scarcely even a beginning. It's worth noting there are no humans in this sulphurous lake. The supporters of the beast have all been slain. They are dead. But then will come the last judgment. God is terrible. The final end of sinners, the judgment of the dead, both wicked and righteous, comes in the terse description of Revelations 20:11-15. A great white throne is set up, and all the dead, great and small, are brought to stand before the one who sits on it. No one is exempt. Books are opened, and then a solitary book. The latter is the book of life. The book records the deeds of everyone who has ever lived, and all the dead were judged by the things written in the books, according to what they had done. Anyone whose name is not written in the book of life is condemned and thrown into the lake of fire. What's more, death and Hades themselves are thrown into the lake. The author tells us this is the second death, the lake of fire. Once again, of course, it makes no sense to imagine that living beings known as death or Hades are literally thrown into a lake boiling with fire to be punished forever. This is describing the ultimate destruction of all that is opposed to God. God is the author of life. Death is his enemy, and it, along with the entire realm of the dead, will be destroyed permanently. They will not exist anymore. That is why the lake is called the second death. It is the final annihilation of all that is dead, including all humans who are dead. For them, there is no more life, ever. We earlier saw that both Jesus and Paul believed that the wicked would be exterminated, never to live again. They did not preach or believe in an eternal torment for sinners. Let me say that again. Neither Jesus nor Paul preached or believed in an eternal torment for sinners. Okay? Remember that. God's ultimate vengeance would be their annihilation, with no hope of seeing the glories that the saints would inherit when they enter into God's eternal kingdom. The book of Revelation shares this view, even though later Christians transformed the symbolic lake of fire into a literal description of the fire pits of hell, where people would burn forever, not just for a few trillion years, with no chance of relief or redemption. John agreed with his Lord Jesus and his forerunner Paul. For sinners, death is the end of the story. Life comes only to those who side with God through thick and thin, even if it means persecution and martyrdom. They would receive a heavenly reward for all time after their enemies were finally destroyed. The glorious destiny of saints. John's description of the blessings of the saved are meant to defy the imagination. The world we dwell in now is obviously filled with evil, sin, pain, misery, suffering, and death. It'll be destroyed. Everything bad about it will be done away with. The world was originally meant for good. It began as a garden, literally a paradise, for those beloved to God to enjoy for all time. But it became corrupt, fallen, and truly awful. God will start again. After all his enemies in the world they have inhabited are destroyed, God will bring a new heaven and a new earth. A new Jerusalem, the city of God, will descend from heaven, an enormous place inhabited by the saints who have followed Jesus. They will now live in the presence of God. This will be a utopian existence forever with no more pain, trouble, or difficulty. God will, quote, wipe away every tear from their eyes, and there will be no more death, mourning, weeping, or pain ever again, for the former things have passed away. The city itself will radiate like a rare jewel, with 12 gates named for the 12 tribes of Israel and 12 foundations for the apostles. That is, this glorious salvation will be built on the sacred traditions of Israel and the church. The walls of the city will be made of jasper, and the city itself of gold, clear as glass. How you gonna have clear glass gold? What the fuck? Anyway, it will radiate with the light of gold, and nothing unclean will ever enter into it. Even in this description of fantastic splendor, there are some ambiguities, much like the rest of his glorious but mystifying book. Even though God has destroyed all that is evil and everyone who is sided with it, we are told that the fruit raised in the city will bring healing to the nations. But what nations would those be, and why would they need to be healed if all that remains is good? Why does the author say that the kings of the earth will bring their treasures, literally glory, to the city? What kings are these, and what are their kingdoms? And why would the city need or want any more treasure than it already has? Moreover, why, by contrast, does the prophet say that no one will bring anything unclean into the city? How can there be anything unclean at all? The book of Revelation is nothing if not mysterious. One might sensibly expect that any fantastic and powerful vision of the alternate reality behind our world would be baffling and difficult to grasp. The universe is a mind-boggling place. In his description of the heavenly realm, John is occasionally straightforward in telling his readers that he is writing deeply symbolic language. The beast is a city built on 7 hills that is dominating the world at the time, which is also portrayed as a whore in the wilderness. A human ruler of that city has a name that adds up to 666, and on and on. This is a vision filled with bizarre symbols whose meanings are occasionally hinted at. Sometimes the hints are none too subtle, other times they are clever, yet other times they're virtually impenetrable. By their very nature, symbols are not literal expressions of propositional truth, and that's why Revelation does not add up if what we're looking for is a straightforward explanation of what will happen in the future. If John wanted to give that kind of prosaic explanation, he would not have narrated a cosmic and mystifying vision. Even if parts of the vision are difficult to unpack and explain, and others simply do not cohere, the author's main points are clear. His overarching message is that God is ultimately sovereign over this world, even if it doesn't look like it. We may live in a cesspool of misery and suffering, and things may be getting progressively worse, but God is in charge, and it is all going according to plan. Before the end, all hell will indeed break loose, but then God will intervene to restore all that has become corrupt, to make right all that is wrong. Good will ultimately prevail. This is bad news for the wicked rulers of this earth and those who side with them. John was thinking specifically of the Roman Empire, which has devastated the countries around the Mediterranean and enforced its policies on them, exploiting them economically, dominating them politically, and ruling them militarily. God will destroy the empire and all who side with it. Its rulers and aristocrats may enjoy luxury now at the expense of others, but they will be taken out of power and destroyed. Everyone who has willingly accepted and participated in their rule will face annihilation when God's judgment arrives. On the other hand, those who have sided with God during the centuries' reign of evil will be rewarded. They may suffer for doing what is right. They may even die for their faith, but they will not be forgotten or forsaken. The future, in fact, is theirs, an eternal life in the presence of God and all the other saints, in a utopian state where there will be no more pain, suffering, or misery. Only a golden city with gates of pearl and the glories of heaven for all eternity. The gold and pearl are, of course, symbols. But for John, the possibility of a glorious life after death is real. It will come to those who are faithful, and to them alone. Chapter 12. Eternal life in the flesh. Hold up. Hold up. Hey. That's what I call my body is. Wait, what? That's why I keep my beliefs to myself. I wish every Christian did that. I don't even mind Islam because they don't be everywhere. Have you looked into Jainism? I feel like I don't have a problem with all religions because I feel like, let's just be real. In the United States, only Christianity has any real influence over politics and therefore any influence over my life, even though I don't fuck with Christianity. You know what I mean? So that's why so much of my ire is directed towards Christians. But if everyone was like Jains, you know, Jainism, they don't even believe in war. Like they don't want to fight. They don't even try to. They try to avoid stepping on ants. Like so, I'm like, yeah, if everybody was them, the world would definitely be a better place. But believing in the Abrahamic God, oh, there's definitely going to be bloodshed. Eternal life in the flesh. The palpable problems with the idea of sentient souls in the afterlife were occasionally noted by skeptics in antiquity. If the body is left behind at death, how will anyone recognize or enjoy the company of their deceased loved ones, see them with no eyes, hear them with no ears, touch them with no hands? How will a person feel real, tactile pain, or experience great physical pleasure without a nervous system, or think with no brain? But the Christian doctrine of the resurrection was often considered even worse, subject to considerable ridicule from those outside the faith, who found it difficult to believe that anyone could seriously think eternal life was to be lived in the body of all things. For many ancient people, think Plato, the body is precisely the problem, the source of so much pain and misery. If the point of much philosophy is to escape the body, how can I possibly be forced to live in it forever? Moreover, opponents of the apocalyptic view asked, how can a resurrected body even make sense? How old will I be? Will I still have my bodily inadequacies and defects? Will I be raised with my diseases and injuries? Will the body parts I no longer need, for example, like my entire digestive system, will that be raised with me? With all the hair and nails I ever had? Still, many, not all, Christians insisted it was so, as did Jewish apocalypticists before them. As the second century Christian's intellectual and defender of the faith, Justin Martyr, affirmed, Christians expect that our own bodies, even though they should be dead and buried in the earth, will be revived. He went on to argue that a bodily resurrection is not at all implausible, any more than bodily birth. Who, he asks, could possibly imagine that a sperm could become a human being? God achieves the miracle of birth with a body, and he will achieve the second miracle of rebirth with a restored body. Justin Martyr was a dumbass. Anyway, pagan ridicule of the resurrection of the body. Pagan opponents of Christianity, however, considered the idea of a bodily afterlife grotesque and risible. No one expressed this rejection more forcefully and effectively than an otherwise unknown intellectual named Celsus, writing near the end of the second Christian century. Celsus produced a learned attack on Christianity called The True Word. It is the first pagan assault against Christianity that we can reconstruct at any length. Unfortunately, it has not survived intact, but only as it has been quoted by a later Christian author, the brilliant and prolific Origen of Alexandria, who wrote an extensive counterattack called Against Celsus, some half-century or more after Celsus's work had been placed in circulation. In his reply, Origen quotes Celsus's original work at great length in order to refute it point by point. For that reason, we appear to have access to Celsus's own words in his reasoned objections to Christian claims. The notion of a final judgment and a bodily resurrection of the dead seemed especially absurd. And so, Celsus's witty attack, it is foolish of the Christians to suppose that when God applies the fire like a cook, all the rest of mankind will be thoroughly roasted and that they alone will survive, not merely those who are alive at the time, but also those long dead who arise from the earth possessing the same bodies as before. This is simply the hope of worms. For what sort of human soul would have any further desire for a body that is rotted? The fact that this doctrine is not shared by some of you, Jews, and by some Christians shows its utter repulsiveness, and that it is both revolting and impossible. It is interesting to note that Celsus realizes that some Christians, as we too will see, rejected this idea, as even did some Jews. Here he's obviously thinking of the Sadducees. He continues then by detailing his objection. For what sort of body, after being entirely corrupted, could return to its original nature and that same condition which it had before it was dissolved? For the soul, God might be able to provide an everlasting life, but as Heraclitus says, corpses ought to be thrown away as worse than dung. As for the flesh, which is full of things it is not even nice to mention, God would neither desire nor be able to make it everlasting, contrary to reason. Oh my God, hold on. Fucking hell. You are being ridiculous. Just absolutely absurd. What? Louis, you see I'm in here trying to read, bro. I'm trying to find out about... Oh, I know you ain't better come here and throw up. You want to get on my lap? Come here, Louis. Come here. Since you don't want me to read and shit. Come here. Wash your mouth, Louis. Wash your mouth. You making all that noise. What you doing that for, Louis? Louis, I'm trying to read, bro. Damn, you shedding. Look at... Okay. Pagan. Louis, I don't... Look at you. Oh, now you want to go. Okay, fucking hell. Hold on, let me hit this real quick. All right, Louis, goddamn. You motherfucking bitches. I'm not coming out there. Because I don't want to. I know it's something. All right, well, shit. You wanna get in the window? Here, come get in this window. Well, you can't be picky. I shouldn't even open it because it's too fucking hot outside. Here you go, Wooly. Fucking hell. Fucking Louis. Look at it. Look at fucking Louis. Man, I got this, man. Anyway. Fuck was I at? Don't interrupt me again, Louis. pagan ridicule of the resurrection of the body. Pagan opponents of Christianity, however, consider the idea of a bodily. Wait, we already read that. Okay, yeah, we did. Okay, we're over here. It's interesting to note that Celsus realizes that some Christians, as we too will see, rejected this idea, as even did some Jews. Here, he is obviously thinking of the Sadducees. He continues then by detailing his objection. For what sort of body, after being entirely corrupted, could return to its original nature and that same condition which it had before it was dissolved? For the soul, God might be able to provide an everlasting life, but, as Heraclitus says, corpses ought to be thrown away as worse than dung. As for the flesh, which is full of things that is not even nice to mention, God will neither desire nor be able to make it everlasting, contrary to reason. Christian thinkers felt driven to deal with such pagan objections during the first 3 centuries of the church. They began doing so long before Celsus's day. Probably our earliest Christian writings from outside the New Testament is a book called First Clement. The book was later attributed to an early bishop of Rome, Clement, allegedly a successor to the Apostle Peter. But its actual author chose to remain anonymous. The letter, in fact, is written by the entire church that is in Rome to another church in Corinth to deal with the problem of ecclesiastical leadership that had arisen there. Scholars typically date the book to 95 CE or so, making it earlier than even some of the books of the New Testament. Among the many issues covered by this unusually long letter is the feasibility of a future physical resurrection of the dead. The author claims the idea is not at all incredible. Resurrection happens all the time by Day follows night every 24 hours. Dead seeds produce living corpses year after year. Why not human bodies come back to life after death? For proof, he recounts the amazing story of the phoenix, a bird that dwells, he avers, in the area near Arabia. It lives for 500 years, and as it nears death, it makes a tomb for itself out of frankincense, myrrh, and other spices. When its time has come, it enters the tomb and dies. But out of its rotting flesh, a worm is spontaneously born, which is then nourished by the secretions of its decaying predecessor. Once the newly generated bird has grown wings and become strong, it takes the tomb containing the corpse and carries it away from Arabia to Egypt to the city of Heliopolis. There, in the broad daylight, it flies into the altar of the sun with observers all around and deposits the tomb before returning home. When the priests at the temple consult the ancient records, they see that this has happened after 500 years. And so nature itself provides evidence of life out of death, of living bodies coming into being out of corpses. As the anonymous author of the text breathlessly exclaims, do we then think that it is so great and marvelous that the creator of all things will raise everyone who has served him in a holy way with the confidence of good faith when he shows us the magnificence of his promise even through a bird? From about 80 years later comes a more thorough defense of the doctrine of the resurrection from the pen of a Christian philosopher named Athenagoras. Athenagoras. There it is. If God is just, Athenagoras maintains, he will certainly judge people for their sins. But it would not make sense for God to punish a person's soul and not their body. It is the whole person who does wicked deeds or acts of righteousness, the body and soul together in unity, and so both body and soul must answer to justice. It's certainly unjust and unworthy of the judgment of God to visit upon the soul alone the transgressions that come from passion and their due chastisement. In the course of his work, Athenagoras deals with well-known pagan objections to the idea that a person's actual body will be revivified for eternal life. Chief among them is a problem that would probably not occur to most modern people. Suppose someone dies and their body is eaten by fish or other animals. Their dead body, once ingested, would provide nourishment for the animal and would, in the process of digestion and nourishment, become part of the animal's body. Anyone who ate the animal would ingest the parts of the first person's body, which would then become part of their own. At the resurrection, which of the two would get those parts? I know, that's an interesting question. I love it. Or even worse, what about direct ingestion of one human by another in an act of cannibalism? The cannibal will have parts of the other embedded in his body. So when both are raised, which one of them is allotted the parts? The complications can easily be multiplied, since later animals and cannibals will eat the bodies with both parts ingested in them, and so on for a very long time. But Athenagoras has a solution to the dilemma. It has to do with his theory of digestion. In his view, the body can digest only food that is appropriate to it. What is not appropriate is eliminated, and so a person's parts can never become another's. If what is unnatural never turns into nourishment for the parts and portions that need it, and if again what does not turn into nourishment cannot be incorporated into bodies which it was never intended by nature to nourish, then human bodies can never be incorporated into another human body that use them as unnatural food, even should they be some unhappy fate pass through the bowels of such people. Surely neither Paul nor Jesus could have imagined the doctrine of the resurrection would create such a tangle, but objections proliferated over time, eventually to be addressed by the most influential theologian of Christian antiquity, the great Augustine, who devoted the final 3 books of his classic City of God to discussing the afterlife. In part, he sought to answer common conundra related to the Christian doctrine of the resurrection of the body. If bodies will be raised into a perfect form of physicality, will they all be the same size? If they are different sizes, then one size must be better than another. But that would mean not everyone would be perfect, right? Augustine replies that everyone will be given the body that is perfectly proportioned as it should be. Moreover, it will be the body that they did have or would have had in their prime. For each person, then, the proportion is perfect for their own potentiality. But what about women? If they are raised in the image of Christ, will they not have to be raised as men, since Christ was male, with male features rather than as women? Augustine responds that the sex of a woman is not a vice, but nature. And so women will be raised as women. After all, Jesus had said that in the resurrection there would be no marriages, but he never said there would be no genders. And what about parts of the body that grow? If the entire body is to be raised, does it come with all the hair and nails that a person has ever had? Christ said that not a hair of your head will perish. If so, then won't people necessarily be raised extraordinarily hairy with uncannily long nails? Augustine replies that there will be no deformities in heaven, so that no one will be burdened with such abominations. It is the number of hairs of a person that will not perish, not the length. Christians could fend off every snide comment and answer every objection. There will be a bodily resurrection, and people will be perfect. Even though the resurrection of the body had become the dominant doctrinal view by the time of Augustine, it should not be thought that every Christian always subscribed to it, especially in the early Christian centuries. On the contrary, we've seen clear indications otherwise. The very reason Paul had to argue vehemently for the future resurrection of the dead in 1 Corinthians 15 was precisely that some of his opponents had denied it. These were not pagan antagonists, but members of the Christian community who either believed they had in some sense already experienced a spiritual resurrection and so had nothing else to expect in the future, or, more likely, agreed with a more widespread and generally accepted view of the immortality of the soul. The body would decay and pass out of existence, but the soul would live on forever. What these people thought about Jesus' resurrection is a matter of debate. Did they think he was spiritually raised from the dead somehow, that his corpse remained in the tomb but his spirit came back to life? That appears to be the view eventually attacked by, that appears to have been the view eventually attacked by Luke's account of the resurrection. Recall that in this version, when Jesus appears to his disciples, he strives to show that he is not a spirit, but has flesh and bones, which could be seen and touched, and that he was capable of eating. Since Luke is writing for a Christian audience, apparently some of them had to be convinced that resurrection involved the body, not simply the spirit. Luke does not provide any specifics about the nature of the future resurrection of believers. That needs to be inferred from his account. Paul, however, is explicit. On one hand, the resurrection will be incontrovertibly physical. The body will return to life. On the other hand, flesh and blood cannot enter into the kingdom of God. So even though the body will be raised, flesh and blood will not be. Well, how can we have it both ways? As we've seen, it is because Paul's special and rather nuanced view of what will happen See, when Christ returns, his followers, whether dead or alive, will experience a radical physical transformation. Their bodies will be recreated as immortal, glorified beings, just as Jesus himself was at his resurrection. They will then live eternally in these magnificent, imperishable bodies, impervious to defect, injury, illness, aging, or death. The nuances of Paul's position were completely lost on later generations of Christian thinkers who latched on to some of his ideas to the exclusion of others. And so one stream of thought, claiming Paul's support, argued that since flesh and blood were not able to inherit the kingdom, the future resurrection of Christians was not to be bodily, but purely spiritual. That was just the opposite of what Paul thought. On the other hand, there were Christians, the ones who ended up winning this debate, who argued in response that since the resurrection had to be bodily, it would entail a resurrection precisely of the flesh, a view Paul also opposed. For Paul, flesh was a technical term that referred to the part of the human that was opposed to God. It is fallen, susceptible to the draw of sin, filled with passions and desires, alien to what God wants. Paul absolutely did not think the sin-filled flesh would rise from the dead, but the body would, a body transformed so as no longer to be infused with that element that was inherently infused with sin and opposed to God. Paul thus differentiated the body and the flesh, but his later advocates did not understand the nuance, and some of them, when they insisted that the body itself, the very human body that dies and is buried, will be raised, used the non-Pauline term flesh. In short, both sides of the debates of the second century, those who argued for the resurrection of the spirit and those who argued for the resurrection of the flesh, maintained their views were those propounded by the apostle himself, even though he supported neither one. We've already seen one early Christian text that supports the idea of a spiritual rather than bodily resurrection of the dead, the Coptic Gospel of Thomas, which likens the body to clothing that needs to be discarded and trampled if one is to see the Son of God and have eternal life. The point is to escape the body, not to live on in it. This view is affirmed in yet other Christian writings, but not many of them survive, since it was an idea that later deemed heretical and stamped out. The Christian texts that supported it were either destroyed or more often simply not copied for posterity. One that has turned up by pure serendipity in modern times is a work called The Letter to Reginus, or sometimes the Treatise on the Resurrection. This is one of the so-called Gnostic Gospels found in a buried jar in a wilderness area outside of the village of Nag Hammadi, Egypt in 1945. The original text was almost certainly written in the late 2nd century. The anonymous author of the work is giving a response to questions raised by an otherwise unknown Christian named Reginus about the resurrection, both of Jesus and, more important, of humans. Will there really be a resurrection, and what will it entail? The author assures Reginus that the resurrection is by no means an illusion. It is a certain reality. It would, in fact, be more appropriate to say that the world is an illusion than that the resurrection is. The evidence comes to Christ himself. Christ swallowed death when he died. He had taken on human flesh, and then at his death, he laid the flesh aside to be rid of it. That led to his non-bodily existence in the world above. When he laid aside the perishable world, he exchanged it for an incorruptible eternal realm. This is what happens to believers as well. The resurrection does not involve some kind of crass revivification of the material body after death. The body passes away, but the spirit ascends to the heavenly realm, drawn up by Jesus himself, like rays by the sun. Nothing is able to hold it down. This is a resurrection of the spirit that swallows, that is, it dispenses with, the resurrection of the soul and the resurrection of the flesh. The human body and the breath or soul that animates it passes away. The spirit lives forever. In this author's intriguing and controversial view, humans existed in spirit before they were born in the body. Although once you did not exist in flesh, you took on flesh when you entered this world. And so life does not require the existence of the flesh, which will be abandoned at death. Leaving this behind will profit you, for you will not give up the better part when you leave. It will be the true invisible part that will survive. The mortal part will die. The spirit will acquire eternal life, not in some future act of judgment on earth, but at the moment of death. Some inquire further and want to know whether one will be saved immediately if the body is left behind. Let there be no doubt about this. Surely the visible parts of the body are dead and will not be saved. Only the living parts that are within will rise. Such views may seem like an innovation, but scholars have long recognized they could claim roots in the New Testament itself. That is what the author himself claims as he appeals to the writings of Paul for apocalyptic support for his view. As the apostle said himself, we suffered with him, we arose with him, we ascended with him. It is striking to note that the letter of Colossians, wrongly attributed to Paul, indicates that believers have already been raised up with Christ. But since they're still alive, obviously this resurrection cannot be bodily, it must be spiritual. Ephesians, also wrongly assigned to Paul, takes it a step further. Believers are not only raised with Christ, they are already seated with him in the heavenly places. And recall the Gospel of John, where the believer already has eternal life. There's no need to wait for salvation and a future resurrection. Even though these canonical writings embrace the idea of some kind of spiritual resurrection of believers in the present, they also continue to hold on to the idea that at the end of time, there will be a new event, a resurrection of the body. Not so the letter to Reginus. There will be no bodily resurrection. Only the living part of the person rises. And that happens immediately at death. Eternal life is in the spirit, not in the body. One historical irony is that even though this view was roundly denounced by Orthodox Christians as absolute heresy, it appears to be the view held widely by Christians today. You die and your spirit goes to heaven. Many Christians, to be sure, confess the creed that affirms the future resurrection of the dead, but not everyone does. For millions of believers, what matters is what happens at death, when a person goes to heaven or hell. Not so for many of the earlier church fathers, hardcore opponents of such views as found in the letter to Reginus. The reasons these church fathers advocated strongly for the resurrection of the actual body are various and complicated. On one level, there were some basic theological considerations. There were other Christians, including those traditionally called Gnostics, who thought the true God could not have created this world. Look around. Earthquakes, hurricanes, volcanoes, eruptions, droughts, famines, epidemics, birth defects. This world is a cesspool of misery. Do you really want to blame God for it? It must have been created by some other divinity, either evil by nature or just stunningly careless and ignorant. The Orthodox Christians, however, wanted to insist there is only one God and he is the creator of all things. This God is good, which means the creation is good. If it is now filled with evil, sin, and suffering, it is not God's fault. Forces of evil in this world, including fallen humans filled with sin, have created this mess. But in the end, God will vindicate himself, his good name, and his good creation. He will not abandon this world, but redeem it. So too with the human body. Yes, it now is weak and pathetic, susceptible to injury, devastating illness, aging, and death, but God created it, and God is going to save it. There will be a resurrection. There may have been more complicated, I just spit on this one. There may have been more complicated sociological reasons for the Orthodox insistence on a future resurrection. Orthodox Christians maintain that they alone were the ones willing to die for their faith. The heretics, who did not believe God had created the material world or the human body, were certainly not willing to lay down their bodies for this sake, or so the Orthodox claimed. They themselves, on the other hand, were more than willing to do so, and so they suffered terrible persecutions and martyrdoms for what they believed. The early Christian accounts of Christian martyrdom are detailed, gory, and moving. Some Christians actually reveled in the idea that they will be torn to shreds by the wild beasts as a witness for their faith, in no small measure because this act of self-sacrifice was in imitation of Christ, who was himself tortured and crucified for the sake of others. These Christian martyrs were intent on arguing that Jesus had a real physical body that really suffered, bled, and died, and then was vindicated by God. They would be too. Christ's death was not some kind of appearance of suffering. It was the real thing, and so was theirs. If they suffered in the body, they would be raised in the body. If it was their flesh that was torn, shredded, and destroyed, it was their flesh that would be raised. And so, lacking the nuance of Paul's insistence that the body, but not the flesh, will be raised, the 2nd and 3rd century Orthodox authors insisted that there would be a resurrection of the flesh. Anyone who believed otherwise could not be a Christian, whatever they might say. As the philosopher Justin Martyr urged in the middle of the 2nd century, if you have ever encountered any so-called Christians who do not admit this doctrine, but dare to blaspheme by asserting that there is no resurrection of the dead, but that their souls are taken up to heaven at the moment of their death, do not consider them to be real Christians. One wonders how many 21st century Christians would escape this charge. Or, as he next says more explicitly, I and every other completely Orthodox Christian feel certain that there will be a resurrection of the flesh, followed by 1,000 years in the rebuilt, embellished, and enlarged city of Jerusalem. Yes, Louis. You have been most problematic, I must say. Whilst I try to get this reading in, son. Bloody fucking hell. But since we paused for the cause, look at this. What? Louis, what's with all the back and forth, bro? Louis. Damn, you gonna blam your head against my bookshelf, son? What? Well, Louis. Fucking hell, Louis. Fucking hell. Can I read, please? We don't even have that much longer to go. Like, you heard me. Girl, I'll let you out, Louis. Where was we at? Give me 1 second. I said, give me a second. Okay, we were right here. Okay. You're bad. That motherfucking hair, dog. You gonna start reading? Yeah, I'm about to now, man. One of the great ironies of the early Christian tradition is that the terminology the Apostle Paul himself rejected, that the flesh would be raised to enter God's kingdom, came to be espoused in later writings that were actually forged in his name, produced in order to oppose a view that he also opposed, that there would be no future resurrection. This is a case of Paul fighting against Paul, a fabricated and false Paul, vehemently arguing for a view that the apostle himself rejected in order to oppose a view he also rejected, but that had been set forth by those claiming to follow his lead. Nowhere is this irony more pronounced than in a 2nd century letter allegedly by Paul to the Christians of Corinth. Even though readers of the Bible know about 1st and 2nd Corinthians, few realize that there is a 3rd Corinthians as well, one that did not make it into the canon of Scripture. It comes to us as part of a legendary account of Paul's missionary journeys called the Acts of Paul. The setup for Paul's letter is a written query he has allegedly received in an equally forged letter from the Corinthians, who have been visited by two insidious false teachers named Simon and Clebius, who overthrow the faith of some thorough pernicious word through pernicious words. Among other things, these Christian heretics teach that there is no resurrection of the body. Despite the historical Paul's own insistence that flesh and blood cannot enter into the kingdom, the forged response of 3 Corinthians argues that the resurrection will be a raising of the flesh. In the letter, Paul maintains that Christ came into the world for this very reason, that he might raise us in the flesh from the dead. In fact, those who say that there is no resurrection of the flesh shall have no resurrection, for they do not believe in him who had thus risen. The author supports his claim with various proofs. Just as a seed dies but then comes back to life again in a new plant, so will the human flesh. It dies but then will be raised. And just as Jonah was swallowed by a great fish and later, in a sense, ascended from deepest hell with nothing corrupted, not even a hair or an eyelid, so too will it be with humans. Their bodies will die, but then be raised, entire, no part left behind. The very flesh itself will inherit eternal life. Paul, quote unquote, then declares that everyone who accepts his gospel message, including the teachings of the resurrection, shall receive a reward, but whomsoever defies or deviates from this rule, fire shall be for him and for those who preceded him therein. In other words, those who reject the doctrine of the resurrection of the flesh will themselves experience it in graphic and excruciating ways for all eternity. No church father of the 2nd and 3rd centuries argued for the resurrection of the flesh more forcefully than the prolific and acerbic Tertullian of Carthage. Tertullian wore many hats as a Christian author. He was also a theologian, an ethicist, an apologist, that is, an intellectual defender of the faith, and an heresiologist, an attacker of heresies. Notable for his highly rhetorical style, he worked to eviscerate his enemies with vicious wit and barely disguised glee, whether they were pagans, Jews, or heretical Christians. In a number of writings, Tertullian argued for the future resurrection of the flesh. One extended essay is devoted exclusively to the topic. Contrary to the heretical Christian opinion that the future resurrection would be spiritual, Tertullian insisted it will be of the entire body. He agreed with the Apostle Paul that just as Christ was raised from the dead, so would Christians be. Christ himself was killed in the body, buried, and raised. What went into his tomb is what came out of it. So too with Christians, the actual fleshly being will be raised. As others before him, Tertullian Tertullian reverts to the analogy of seeds. A wheat seed does not sprout a plant of barley. So it is with a human as well. The resurrected body will be essentially the same in essence, only more full and perfect, even though it is a different form or appearance. Tertullian knew full well that Paul had insisted. Flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God. Tertullian points out, in fact, that this is the favorite verse of heretics who insist on a spiritual rather than a fleshly resurrection. But in an extended refutation, he claims they completely misconstrue Paul's meaning. When Paul says that flesh will not inherit the kingdom, Tertullian contends, he is referring to people who live according to the flesh. That is, those who focus on fleshly rather than spiritual things. Those who live for the passions of their bodies, not bearing the fruit of the Spirit. Those who pursue fleshly desires and pleasures are not living according to the Spirit. But to have eternal life, one needs the Spirit within. And anyone who has the Spirit will live according to the Spirit, not according to the flesh. Therefore, those who live by following the passions and desires of the flesh will be refused the kingdom. It does not mean, however, that the flesh, the actual earthly body, will remain dead forever. God will raise the flesh from the dead for eternal rewards and punishments. These will be exquisitely tactile experiences and therefore require flesh. Indeed, Tertullian looks forward to the spectacle of his enemies' fleshly torments with giddy expectation. What sight shall wake my wonder? What my laughter? my joy and exultation, as I see all those kings, those great kings, groaning in the depths of darkness, and the magistrates who persecuted the name of Jesus, liquefying in fiercer flames than any kindled in their rage against the Christians. Those sages, too, the philosophers, blushing before their disciples as they blazed together, the disciples whom they taught that God was concerned with nothing, that men have no souls at all, or that what souls they have never return to their former bodies. His Schadenfreude extends to other professions as well. And then there will be the tragic actors to be heard, more vocal in their tragedy, and the players to be seen lither of limb by far in the fire, and then the charioteers to watch, red all over in the wheel of flame. And next, the athletes to be gazed upon, not in their gymnasiums, but hurled in the fire. It's hard to know whether he it's hard to know whether to be amused or disturbed by such reflections, possibly both. But it's also important to remember that Christians in Tertullian's day were an embattled minority. Oppressed outliers often think with joy on the justice to be inflicted on their enemies. This may not be consistent with the Sermon on the Mount, but it certainly has a venerable history elsewhere in the Christian tradition. For all these Christian authors who imagine a future resurrection of the flesh, there's always the question about what will happen in the meantime, starting as we've seen with Paul. Now, a century and a half later, the imminent return of Jesus that Paul expected has proved to be not so imminent after all. And Tertullian looks on Paul as ancient history. It is thus no surprise that Tertullian works out a scenario of what will transpire at death. He explains his view most fully in a work called The Treatise on the Soul. In Tertullian's view, at death, the soul separates from the body, and different souls go to different places. Only the souls of Christian martyrs killed for their faith go immediately and directly to paradise. All other souls, whether good or wicked, go to Hades, an actual space, enormous, located inside the earth. Hades has two divisions, one for the righteous souls who receive temporary rewards, and the other for the wicked who are punished, all anticipation of the permanent destinies to come at the resurrection of the dead. These tactile experiences of reward and punishment, Tertullian maintains, are possible because souls can experience pain and joy apart from the body. Just as when we engage in activities in this life, the mental decisions preceded the physical act, so he argues, it is appropriate that punishments are first experienced by the soul in Hades and only later by the body at the resurrection. And the resurrection will certainly happen. The soul will be reunited with the flesh for eternal rewards or punishments. All people will return to the same body they had in life, and in fact, in the same state and the same age as when they died. Those who are righteous will be raised, body and soul, to the level of perfection of the peerless angels. The wicked will roast forever. Such views of the afterlife came to be refined and accepted as orthodox by writers of the 3rd and 4th Christian centuries, even though they differed from anything found in the teachings of Jesus, Paul, or Revelation. The soul, like the body, could experience both pleasure and pain, and in fact would experience one or the other immediately after death. Ecstatic joy in the presence of God for the righteous, typically as the true followers of Jesus, and horrendous torment in his absence for the wicked, usually defined as everyone else. This teaching of post-mortem rewards and punishments, to be followed eventually with the resurrection, came to be the standard view of the Christian church. Nope, caught you. Wait, what time is it? Fuck, where was I? Christians said the soul, like the body, could experience both pleasure and pain, and in fact would experience one or the other immediately after death. Ecstatic joy in the presence of God for the righteous, who were defined typically as the true followers of Jesus, and horrendous torment in his absence with the wicked, usually defined as everyone else. This teaching of post-mortem rewards and punishments, to be followed eventually with the resurrection, came to be standard view of the Christian church by the 3rd century, just as it is still for many Christians today. Some observers might consider the views to be a kind of natural development of what the Christian founders of Christianity thought, or even as inevitable. But they were not inevitable. Other Christians had different views, and there was no historical, cultural, or religious necessity that the earlier views of ultimate annihilation for sinners had to be had to lead. Fuck, hold on, let me back up. Other Christians had different views, and there was no historical, cultural, or religious necessity that the earlier views of ultimate annihilation for sinners had to lead the notion of never ending conscious torment. Yet, that is what happened. Chapter 13, I'm going to pause for the cause. Take this one. Hold on. Right, you better not. I gotta go get some cigarettes and shit. What? How do you keep a troll in suspense? Not a flattering. All the times. Give him this phone. Fuck. He said, bro, where is the blunt? It's sitting on the table. I got to go back to the house. You know what I'm saying? I had to stop at the drive-thru to get me some cigarettes real quick. Yeah. I did a lot of bands, man. Like y'all should check out my playlist for real. Like I got a lot of playlists for a lot of the different bands that I've done, you know, that I've lip synced over or whatever. A shitload of them. Let me get some Newport 100s in a box.
734.
All right. I have to give you my phone to do this. All right. Hold up. All right, hold on. Cause this okay. So this is streaming. So just be careful. Like, you just go like that.
Decline. Right. It might be locked.
Yeah, nah, it ain't. It ain't on there. I forgot. Fuck. Damn it. Okay, thanks, man. Hold up. I don't know if this will work, but let me try this one. I'm a broke bitch. I'm broke as fuck. If that work, I'm gonna be surprised as hell. Success? Hell no. Thanks, bro. I can't believe that fucking worked. I know there was no money on that card. Guess there was. Not lucky. Lucky we go. Yeah. Bro, fuck this life. Fuck. You know, there we go. Blam. Almost blammed into that dude. Well, would have blammed into me. Oh, brother. Wooey. was lit. All right, Damon. Some other time, maybe. Free Diddy, you weird. What's in the coffee, bro? We caught this swag. There's coffee in my coffee. What the fuck is that? Chock full of nuts. He came back. He felt like he was Saudi. What's up, Mary Jane? What's up? You ain't smoking, though. Why does your channel have some rainbow flag? Because that's what I wanted it to. That's what I wanted to put there. What the fuck? I pray for you every day, brother. Wake up. I am woke. I'm as woke as they come. And smoking Canadian cigarettes. Oh shit. What are Canadian cigarettes? It's my day off. And apparently, it's time spending it watching this. Love your stuff. Thanks, Devil Dozer. Do you keep your roaches and roll second generation blunts? That's what this is. It's all already smoked. Look at that. Look how it's sticking. You don't even want to fall. It's so thick. Goddamn right. I hear you, T-Man. Thanks, Bella Nunez. May the great Lucifer Morning Star be with you. What's going on, Angie Ange? Oh my God, are you smoking a weed? Nope. No, I'm not. Tactile ecstasy and torment in the Christian hereafter. It's not difficult to see why humans started imagining a glorious and peaceful afterlife. Surely things aren't meant to be the way they are now. Even apart from the ravages of poverty, starvation, disease, debilitating injury, and unfathomable loss, there are the mundane miseries we all have to put up with. Can't we do better than that? One can only imagine what real happiness would be. In antiquity, it often came in the form of a fantastically plush and pleasant garden, a paradise with gorgeous and abundant fruit-bearing trees, gentle breezes, and warm sunshine to be enjoyed in the company of loved ones forevermore. As far back as we have literature, we find recorded imaginations of such a place, the immortal existence of Nepotism in the Gilgamesh epic, or Menelaus's Elysian fields in Homer's Odyssey, at least for the lucky few. It's also not hard to grasp why heaven's antipode, that's what I'm gonna say, a place of everlasting punishment arose. People have always wanted justice, and if it is not to be found in the present world, possibly it will come in the life beyond. Those who have sinned against the gods or abused their fellow humans must surely have to pay a price. Even so, it's interesting that punishment after death is not a part of the ancient Jewish scriptures or Christian Old Testament. There are, however, hints of it in Homer, as we've seen, and it becomes a mainstay of the classical Greek tradition as far back as Aristophanes and Plato. After their days, Hellenistic, that is, Greek, culture spread throughout the Mediterranean with the conquest of Alexander the Great, and many peoples, including Jews, adopted their conqueror's views on many things, including views of the afterlife. These influenced developments later within Christianity. In many respects, Christian hell is Hellenistic. One of the ideas of both heaven and hell found fertile soil in the Christian tradition. They took a life of their own. Heaven became a place of eternal adoration of the one true God who had created all things and brought life into being so that the living could worship him forever. Hell became a place of eternal torment for those who rejected God. Instead of submitting to his will, they chose to assert their own wills by harming others. A particular image of God endowed such afterlife expectations with enduring power. God was imagined as a great king, or rather, the great king, sovereign over the entire world. Kings must be obeyed. A good king treats his obedient subjects justly, but those who treated him with receive but those who threaten him receive no mercy. So too with the sovereign God, his subjects either submit to his rule and enjoy his bounty, or they resist and are sent to the dungeons. One wonders what would have happened to viewers of the afterlife if Christians had chiefly imagined God not as the all-powerful monarch, but as, say, the all-doting mother. Among the factors that contributed to developing Christian views of the afterlife were horrible experiences. Some of them had as Christians in the present life. I don't want to maintain that Christianity was constantly persecuted by Roman officials at all times and in all places. Modern scholarship has argued this is a myth. But there were times and places where Christians did face considerable antagonism, and there have been Christian martyrs for just about as long as there have been Christians. For the faithful, true religion began with a martyred Messiah, and his devoted followers sometimes experienced the same fate. The experiences of the martyrs, and possibly even more important, the tales told of their gory deaths, had a profound effect on Christian understandings of the afterlife. Public torture and gory executions of those faithful to God would surely be avenged. The martyrs themselves, those who gave their all for the Almighty, would be avenged post-mortem in particularly glorious ways, and those responsible for their deaths would experience divine retribution through intensely tactile torture. Thus, the idea of torment after death developed largely in response to the experience of torment in this life. What you give is what you get. A most remarkable collection of Christian writings comes to us in letters written around 110 CE by the first named martyr of the 2nd century, Ignatius, Bishop of Antioch, Syria. We do not know the circumstances of Ignatius's arrest, although it was clearly because of Christian activities. Rather than being punished at the site of his crime, he was sent again for unknown reasons to Rome itself to be thrown to the wild beasts in the arena. En route to his martyrdom, Ignatius wrote a number of letters, 7 of which still survive. Most of them are written to churches that had sent representatives to provide moral support on his journey. One other was written to the Christian community in the Roman capital itself. In many respects, this is the most astounding of his letters. Ignatius instructs the Christians there not to intervene in the proceedings against him. He wants to be torn to shreds as a martyr to Christ. I am willingly dying for God, unless you hinder me. I urge you, do not become an untimely kindness to me. Allow me to be bred for the wild beasts. Through them, I am able to attain to God. Rather, Coax the wild beasts, that they may become a tomb for me, and leave no part of my body behind. Then I will truly be a disciple of Jesus Christ, when the world does not see even my body. This passion for violent death may seem more than a little pathological to modern readers, but there's a theological logic to it. Ignatius worships a Lord who was tortured to death. He wants to imitate him. That is how he will earn an eternal reward. To that end, the gorier the better. May I have the full pleasure of the wild beasts prepared before me. I will coax them to devour me quickly, not as happens with some whom they are afraid to touch. And even if they do not wish to do so willingly, I will force them to it. May nothing visible or invisible show any envy toward me, that I may attain to Jesus Christ. Fire and cross and packs of wild beasts, cutting and being torn apart, the scattering of bones, the mangling of limbs, the grinding of the whole body, the evil torments of the devil, let them come upon me, only that I may attain to Jesus Christ. Ignatius never claims that everyone needs to be martyred for eternal life, but it is his own passionate wish. He wants no half measures. If he is ripped to shreds by the beasts, he will then attain salvation. It's striking that this salvation will not come at the end of time on the day of judgment. It will come at his bodily demise. We do not have a reliable record of what actually happened to Ignatius when he arrived in Rome, only a later legendary account, but it's usually assumed he got his wish. Ignatius never says anything about the fiery torments awaiting his pagan opponents, but that becomes a key issue in a later work describing another early martyr to the Christian cause, Polycarp of Smyrna. As it turns out, Polycarp is one of the persons Ignatius wrote on his way to Rome. Polycarp also wrote a letter, which we still have, but of greater interest is the account from many years later of his own arrest, trial, and execution. The martyrdom of Polycarp claims to be by an eyewitness, and if true, it would be the earliest first-hand record we have of a Christian martyrdom from around 155 CE. But recent scholars have argued it was actually produced later, possibly in the early 3rd century by someone using the literary ploy of a first-person observer to provide credence to the report. In any event, the author's views of the afterlife are clear in the graphic account. He begins by referring to martyrdoms that had occurred even before Polycarp's, speaking of the astounding endurance of those tortured for their faith. Quote, when their skin was ripped to shreds by whips, revealing the very anatomy of their flesh, down to the inner veins and arteries, while those looked on wailed in pity. But these martyrs displayed such nobility that none of them either grumbled or moaned, clearly showing us all that in that hour, while under torture, the martyrs of Christ had journeyed far away from the flesh, or rather, that the Lord was standing by speaking to them. A miracle indeed, mercilessly flogged without so much as uttering a groan. But these martyrs saw an eternity of joy opening before them because of their bloody demise. They despised the torments of the world, in 1 hour purchasing for themselves an eternal life. And the fire of their inhuman torturers was cold to them, because they kept their eyes on the goal of escaping the fire that is eternal and never extinguished. And with the eyes of their hearts, they looked above to the good things preserved for those who endure, which the Lord revealed to them, who were no longer humans, but already angels. A brief torment now, just an hour, provides an escape route from eternal anguish, the divine fire that never ends. Even more, a bloody death brings a glorious afterlife. Those who survive to eternity are not merely raised in their shredded human bodies, nor do they need to wait to be vindicated in a future day of judgment leading to a kingdom of God here on earth. They become angels immediately at death, divined in the heavenly realm in exchange for a brief, if admittedly horrifying, torture in the earthly one. So it is with Polycarp himself. The book of the martyrdom describes how he was sought out, arrested, tried, burned at the stake, and stabbed to death, all for his faith in Christ. This faithful death allowed him to acquire the crown of immortality. And now he rejoices together with the apostles and all those who are upright, and he glorifies God the Father and blesses our Lord Jesus Christ. It'll be an eternity of endless joy and worship in the presence of the Almighty. But the corollary is important for this text as well. The torment imposed by the wicked authorities will be revisited upon them, not merely in due measure, but much, much worse. As Polycarp tells his proconsular judge, "You threaten with a fire that burns for an hour and after a short while is extinguished. For you do not know about the fire of the coming judgment and eternal torment, reserved for the ungodly." And it's not completely clear if Polycarp still retains the idea of a future day of judgment, or if he's imagining that his persecutors will be punished immediately at death. But whenever the torture starts, it'll never end. This attitude of willing submission to torture and death was not only the talk of Christians encouraging one another in the face of persecution, it was apparently known to outsiders as well. As we've seen, the Emperor Marcus Aurelius mentions it in his autobiographical reflections, The Meditations, and a brief remark that mocks the Christians for being willing to die out of sheer obstinacy. It is also found on the lips of a pagan named Caecilius in the defense of Christianity by the 2nd century North African apologist Minucius Felix. In attacking the astounding Christian stupidity, Caecilius cites the views of afterlife held by foolish Christians when threatened with death. Quote, "Tortures of the present day they scoff at, but they live in dread of the uncertain tortures of the future. They are afraid to die after they are dead, but meantime they have no fear of death. On the contrary, they are driven by the comforting expectation of renewal of life hereafter. Gaining life by welcoming death, avoiding death by giving up life, the Christians' paradoxical view of life and death stood very much at odds with their pagan opponents, who seem to have been perennially mystified by it." By the mid-3rd century, we find even more graphic expostulations on the fate of the damned and the glories of the saved, to come immediately at the point of death. Again, these appear principally in the context of Christian persecution and martyrdom. One of the most famous martyrs of the period was Cyprian, Bishop of Carthage in North Africa. Cyprian was a highly educated and talented rhetorician who had been raised pagan. He converted to Christianity in 246 CE and quickly rose through the Christian ranks, becoming bishop of his large and influential city only 2 years later. We have numerous letters and essays from his hand, and in them, the violent opposition to the Christian faith figures prominently. Not long after his elevation to ecclesiastical office, the persecution instigated under the Emperor Decius swept through North Africa. Cyprian himself was eventually martyred during the persecution initiated by Decius's later successor, Valerian, in 258 CE. Throughout his writings, Cyprian shows the intimate connection between the brutal realities believers faced in an antagonistic world and their understandings of divine compensation in the world to come. As he explains in a letter to the Roman proconsul of Asia, Demetrius, "Our certainty of a vengeance to follow makes us patient, the harmless acquiescence in patience and tortures, sure and confident that whatsoever we suffer will not remain unavenged, and that in proportion to the greatness of the injustice of our persecution, so will be the justice and the severity of the vengeance exacted for those persecutions." As important as it was to the faithful, the persecution of Christians was not the real headline news for the empire at large at the time. This letter and Cyprian's entire bishopric came in the middle of that awful period of Roman history scholars call the crisis of the 3rd century. It was a time of civil war, barbarian invasions, famine, and epidemic. The proconsul Demetrius had charged that the massive upheaval and suffering had come from the pagan gods as an empire-wide punishment for allowing Christians to exist in its midst. Cyprian had other ideas. He informed Demetrius that, on the contrary, the crisis had been brought by the Christian God to a pagan empire for not turning to the truth. This punishment affected not only life in the present, however. It would also come to unbelievers in the horrifying conditions of the world to come. Quote, "There remains, after all, the eternal dungeon and the continual fire and the everlasting punishment, nor shall the groaning of the suppliants be heard there." This would not entail eternal annihilation, but conscious torment. An ever-burning Gehenna will burn up the condemned, and punishment devouring with living flames, nor will there be any source whence at any time there may have either respite or end to their torments. Souls with their bodies will be reserved in infinite tortures for suffering. The highly educated Cyprian concludes that with a rhetorical flourish, quote, too late they will believe in eternal punishment who would not believe in eternal life. In yet other contexts, Cyprian reveals in his fantasies of the pits of hell a horrible place with an awful murmuring and groaning of souls bewailing, and with flames belching forth through the horrid darkness of thick night, always breathing out the raging fires of a smoking furnace. But equally prolix are his descriptions of the delights that await the Christian faithful destined for paradise. That is where grace is found, where in the verdant fields the luxuriant earth clothes itself with tender grass and is pastured with the scent of flowers, where the groves are carried up to the lofty hilltop, and where the tree clothes with a thicker foliage whatsoever spot the canopy, expanded by its curving branches, may have shaded. Christian martyrs and all the righteous can expect to enjoy eternal bliss. It will never be too hot or cold there. The weather will always be perfect. There will be no need for seasons. It will always be light. And it is worth sacrificing everything for. What a pleasure there is in its heavenly kingdom without fear of death. And how lofty and perpetual the happiness with eternity of living. There, the glorious company of the apostles. There, the host of the rejoicing prophets. There, the innumerable multitudes of martyrs crowned for the victory of their struggle and passion. There, the triumphant virgins who subdued the lust of the flesh and of the body by the strength of their continency. To these, beloved, let us hasten with an eager desire. Let us crave quickly to be with them. An interesting development in the understanding of the afterlife occurred after the church had grown, expanded, and became a major force within the Roman world. With a massive influx of converts, there also came large numbers of less than devoted souls. And the blessings and punishments of eternity almost inevitably came to be modified as a result. By the end of the 4th century, when Christianity was well on the road to becoming the dominant religion of the empire, some Christian writers started to maintain that heaven was not the destination of all members of the church, or hell, the fate reserved only for those outside of it. On the contrary, Christian sinners too could be subject to the eternal wrath of God. Especially to be wary were Christian leaders who did not practice what they preached. The most popular and influential portrayal of the realms of the blessed and the damned comes to us in a book called The Apocalypse of Paul, a fictional narrative of a personal tour granted to the apostle. The book was widely read in the Middle Ages and influenced the great Dante himself. It probably comes from the end of the 4th century or beginning of the 5th. One of its obvious sources was the 2nd century Apocalypse of Peter, which we considered in chapter 1. But this later vision goes into more detail in describing both the glories of heaven and the torments of hell. Like its predecessor, this apocalypse is firmly rooted in its own day and time, now being written with Christianity after Christianity was a religion endorsed by the Roman imperial authorities. There is no longer a place in hell especially reserved for pagan persecutors and idolaters. Instead, we read of the horrific punishments reserved for slack Christians, unruly officers of the church, and heretics. When Paul first arrives in the heavenly realm, he sees the angelic tormentors of the damned. They are pitiless, with no compassion, with faces filled with wrath, teeth projecting from their mouths, and sparks of fire flashing from their heads. On the other hand, the faces of the blessed angels of the saved shine like the sun. These beneficent beings are dressed in golden girdles and have palms in their hands. They are filled with gentleness and pity, and on their rampant is written the name of the Son of God. The tour begins with the places of the just, located in the 3rd heaven. The 3rd heaven, interesting. Christ will spend 1,000 years with his saints in the land of promise, with a river flowing with milk and honey, around which are planted fruit trees, each of which bears 12 kinds of fruit each year. The grapevines each have 10,000 bunches with 1,000 grapes in each bunch. We can imagine the quantity and quality was fantastic. Paradise for drinkers of fine wine. Paul asks his angelic companion if dwelling in such climes will be the best possible afterlife for the saints. No, he is told. This is merely the place reserved for those who have kept themselves pure from sexual relations outside of marriage. But those who have remained virgins their entire lives, who have hungered and thirsted only for righteousness, and have afflicted themselves for the sake of the name of God, will receive blessings 7 times greater. Paul is then taken to a place called the City of Christ, the dwelling for those who have fully repented of their sins. The city is made of gold and is surrounded by 12 concentric walls, each as distant from the next as the earth is from heaven. It is a big place. Surrounding the city are rivers of honey, milk, wine, and oil. Outside its gates, Paul observes people mourning who are not allowed to enter. He learns from the angel that these are Christians who were highly zealous in their faith, fasting day and night, but who were proud at heart and praised themselves for the good deeds they did. God has mercy on them by permitting them to be close to the city of Christ, but they cannot enter because of pride. Still, at the end of time, when Christ enters the city, they will finally be allowed in, even if they will not be on the same level of ecstasy as the other denizens of the place. Paul goes into the city and sees that each of the interior walls is higher than the one before it, separating one part of the city from the next. The farther saints are destined to go to spend eternity based on their level of righteousness, the greater the reward. As fantastic as the outer realms of the city are, the inner beggar description. Paul is then taken to the other side of things, outside the city, to see the torments of the souls of the godless and sinners. What is most striking is that many of the worst punishments are not for wicked sinners from outside the church, but for the ecclesiastical transgressors within. He first sees groups of believers punished in a river of boiling fire. Some stand in the torrent up to their knees. These are the ones who came out of church to engage in idle disputes. Others are up to their navels. They are those who committed sexual immorality, even after receiving communion. Yet others are up to their hips, the slanderers of other Christians. Still others are up to their eyeballs, believers who agreed together to harm their neighbors. Sinful leaders of the church are treated with special severity. A presbyter who offered communion after committing fornication finds himself in a river of fire, tortured by angels vigorously piercing his intestines with a 3-pronged iron instrument for all time. A church officer responsible for liturgical reading, but who didn't himself follow God's laws, has his lips and tongue lacerated with a red-hot razor forever, while standing up to his knees in a river of fire. Monks, both men and women, who seemed to renounce the world but did not maintain a single Eucharistic meal, who did not pity widows and orphans, welcome strangers and pilgrims, or show mercy to their neighbors, are clothed in rags filled with burning pitch and fiery sulfur. Dragons coil around their necks and bodies, and angels with fiery horns beat and suffocate them. To be sure, more common sins and punishments are on full display as well, with appropriate torments assigned to magicians, adulterers, the wealthy who loaned out money on interest, and girls who lost their virginity outside of marriage. But interestingly enough, the worst punishment of all, 7 times greater than all the others, comes to bad theologians who are enclosed in a deep well with a completely unbearable stench. These are sinners who do not confess that Christ has come in the flesh and that the Virgin Mary brought him forth, and those who say that the bread and cup of the Eucharist of blessings are not the body and blood of Christ. One might at first think these are non-Christians, but no, they are actually heretics within the church who embrace the false view that Christ was so fully God incarnate that he was not a fully flesh and blood human being. You'd be better off pagan. Unlike the earlier Apocalypse of Peter, which vividly stressed the need to lead a morally upright life to avoid the tortures of hell, now, years later, when Christianity had grown into a massive movement populated by all sorts of people, some of them of dubious ethics and theology, the stress is on what it means to be a true Christian. Faith in Christ is not enough. A Christian had better not fall short in any way. God's demands on committed Christians, and especially Christian leaders, are exacting. Many are called, but few are chosen. After the tenuous early centuries of the church had passed, highly trained Christian thinkers could engage in reasoned and intellectual reflections on the fate of souls after death, and none did so more influentially than Augustine, whom we have seen as the greatest theologian of Christian antiquity. Augustine chose to conclude his great work, The City of God, with 3 books describing how the reality of God manifest in this world would reveal itself in the world to come. The basic premise of the chapters stands in continuity with much that had long been believed in Christian circles. There will be eternal punishment, with real pain for the wicked matched by the real tactile joy of the saved. Unlike some of his predecessors, however, Augustine does not fill his account simply with detailed descriptions of the gore and the glory. He was a thinker, and he reflects deeply on what it might mean to be damned or saved. In Book 21, Augustine deals with the punishments of hell. Always the philosopher, he is especially interested at the outset with the conceptual problems involved. Is eternal pain even possible? Wouldn't it lead to death, the cessation of perception? How could a body that is subject to flames not perish? Augustine argues emphatically that everlasting torture is both possible and real, maintaining that all manner of seemingly impossible things happen all the time. He points, for example, to the fact that when a peacock dies, its flesh never rots. But even just thinking of flames, salamanders live in fire without dying, and mountains erupt in flames without being consumed. If other parts of God's creation can burn but not expire, why not people? For death will not be abolished, but will be eternal. The first death drives the soul from the body against her will. The second death holds the soul in the body against her will. When God creates the human Adam, his body, before he sinned, was made never to die. After humans committed sin, their bodies have to die, and after death, they will never die. But what about the matter of justice? How can God possibly be just in inflicting an eternal punishment on sins that were committed only for a brief time? Shouldn't a sinful life of, say, 20 years suffering a penalty of 20 years? Why eternity? As sensible as the question seems, Augustine considers it absurd, as if any law ever regulated the duration of the punishment by the duration of the offense punished. Is a robbery or a murder punished only for the length of the time it took to commit it? Eternal punishment comes for sins against an eternal God. Even so, just as punishments differ on earth depending on the enormity of the crime, so too in the world to come. Punishment will be everlasting, but it will be of varied degrees. We must not, however, deny the eternal fire will be proportioned to the deserts of the wicked. So that too, some it will be more, and to others less painful. Whether this result be accomplished by a variation in the temperature of the fire itself, graduated according to everyone's merit, or whether it be that the heat remains the same, but that all do not feel it with equal intensity of the torment. That is to say, all will burn, but it will hurt some more than others. Small comfort, one might suppose, but it does serve Augustine's purpose of showing that God is ultimately just and not completely unreasonable. Augustine spends all of Book 22 expostulating on the glories of heaven for the blessed. As might be imagined, there are few specifics of what they will actually experience, other than they will spend eternity gazing on and adoring God. Fuck that, then. I'm cool. Why would I want to go to heaven if that's all I'm going to do is spend eternity fucking being like, God, you're great. Oh, you're great for eternity every day. God, you're so great, man. Like, bro, just let me go. I'm cool. Do I have to praise someone every day in hell? No. Well, send me there. Fuck it. Oh, I'm stuck here? Fuck. Oh yeah, fuck that. This for Augustine This, for Augustine, will entail a joy that passes all understanding. As a result, logically speaking, it cannot be understood, let alone communicated. But it can be believed. And Augustine firmly believes it. I don't. I don't believe it at all. He does not know whether the saints enjoying their eternal beatific vision of the Most Holy One will actually see God with their eyes. Probably in heaven, they'll be able to see the glory of God even with their eyes shut, since their vision will be perfect in their spiritual bodies. Spiritual eyes have a vastly superior power and will actually have the power of seeing things incorporeal. The most important point is that for Augustine, eternal felicity will come through praising God through all the ages. There will be no evil in this heavenly realm, only true peace. The end of all desires will be God himself, for everyone graciously bestowed with eternal salvation. They will want nothing else. As in hell, there will, for Augustine, be varying levels of ecstatic forevers, degrees of honor and glory awarded to the various degrees of merit. But on the upside, since everyone will exist in an overwhelmingly glorious state, no one with inferior blessings will envy the superior, because no one will wish to be what he has not received. All the saved will be perfectly and magnificently contented forever. Even though Augustine believed that the final state of things, either eternal torment for the damned or eternal ecstasy for the saved, it would come only at the end of the world with the final judgment of God. He, like so many of his predecessors, believed that a fourth state of eternity would come at the time of death. As he says in a book called The Enchiridion, which provides a succinct summary of his key theological views, between a person's death and the final resurrection, souls are kept in hidden places of rest or of punishment, depending on what each soul deserves, because of the lot they won for themselves while they lived in the flesh. This, then, is a theme that had started with the Apostle Paul himself. There will be a climax of all human history with the day of judgment and the resurrection of the dead. But in the meantime, there will be the interim reward or punishments. Unlike Paul, however, now by the 5th century, Augustine had both spelled out what the eternal blessings would entail in the everlasting beatific vision of God himself, and developed a view of punishment contrary to that embraced by the apostle and by Jesus before him. Now the wicked would not be annihilated for all time. They would be subject to eternal conscious torment. Even if Augustine represented a kind of culmination of thought on the afterlife, he's not the stopping point. There continued to be issues that he himself never resolved, and others that continued to be debated after his day. Among these were the questions of whether some of the people destined to be saved might first have to experience torments to purge them of their sins. In later centuries, this was to become the doctrine of purgatory. By the end of the 2nd century, the culmination of human history that Jesus predicted would come in the lifetimes of his disciples still hadn't arrived, and the sudden destruction Paul anticipated no longer seems so sudden. Time had dragged on and showed no signs of abating. The reality of ongoing history could not help shaping how people understood eternity. Early on, even toward the end of Paul's life, followers of Jesus realized that death might come before the kingdom of God arrived in power. But what would happen to the dead in the meantime? Would they just enjoy a deep, sound sleep until awakened by the last trumpet? Paul, at least, thought not. At death, he would come into the immediate presence of Christ to enjoy a blessed interim state until the day of judgment arrived. When it never did come, questions continued to arise, including one that proved especially salient in later centuries. If immediately after death the righteous believers are saved, but for the wicked are damned, but those the only two choices? Either ecstatic glories forever or unimaginable torments. What about people who are neither especially saintly nor particularly sinful? Isn't there a middle ground? And are those who are truly righteous, who live fantastically godly lives and die, say as martyrs to the faith, are these to be rewarded no more than simple but still rather sloppy or inattentive believers whose basic faith would ultimately bring the inheritance of heaven? Don't the sinners among the faithful have to pay at all for their sins? But how do they pay for their sins if they go immediately to paradise? And if it's true that sinners in the church receive the same reward as the truly righteous, what's the incentive not to sin once a person is baptized into the faith? Doesn't the simple binary of heaven and hell lead necessarily to lax morals? To address these questions, there eventually arose another opinion. Before entering paradise, some people, probably most, would have to pay for their sins, or, in a different conception, be painfully purged of them. Many centuries later, this idea would be crystallized into the medieval doctrine of purgatory, a place literally located between heaven and hell where sins of the less than perfect would be purged through harsh but temporary suffering. That would apply to most of those who were heaven bound. The intensity of purgatorial suffering and its duration would be determined by just how sinful the not so saintly saved really were. The term purgatory itself was not coined until the 12th century, and the idea was not institutionalized as an official part of church teaching until the Second Council of Lyons in 1274. But the basic idea behind it, that some of those who would ultimately be saved would first experience post-mortem suffering, goes far back. We find its beginnings in the early centuries of the church. We've already seen, in fact, a very similar idea in much older sources from pagan realms. In the afterlife myth preserved in the Phaedo, Plato speaks of those who lived a neutral life, not terribly wicked sinners, but also not surprisingly holy, sent to a place of purification to be punished until absolved. So too, Virgil speaks of souls in the afterlife who were drilled in punishments in order to pay for their old offenses before being sent to Elysium's broad expanse. Justice cannot allow everyone to be treated exactly alike. Sinners need to pay for their shortcomings if they hope to enter the glorious happily ever after with those who are truly righteous. The first Christian source to suggest explicitly that some of those ultimately saved will first suffer horribly in the apocalypse of Peter, which we have already examined. In one of our oldest Greek fragments of the work, we are told that some of the saints in heaven will on occasion pray for those who are experiencing torment in hell. Christ replies that he will give to my called and my chosen whomsoever they shall ask, for out of torment, and will give them a fair baptism to salvation, even a portion of righteousness with my holy ones. This is clearly not a teaching of purgatory per se. There is no place reserved for the temporary torments of sinners bound for heaven, but there can be salvation for some of those who suffer first if the saints in heaven intercede for them. Princeton historian Peter Brown has shown that this became a common idea, that prayers of others could help those who are suffering in the afterlife. Eventually, it came to be thought that the living needed to pray for the dead, to mention them when taking the Eucharist, and especially to give alms on their behalf. It's interesting to see that in our earliest sources, this idea that the righteous could help the suffering dead appears particularly in narratives that focus on women and the power of their prayers. The earliest such account, from the 2nd century, involves one of Paul's most famous legendary converts, an upper-class young woman named Thecla. I'm high as fuck. Right. Hey, Kentucky. The fuck? You're gonna burn in hell. No, I'm not. The Acts of Thecla was once one of the most popular pieces of Christian writings from outside the New Testament. It begins in the pagan Thecla's hometown of Iconium. Paul has arrived in town and begins preaching his gospel in the home of a believer, while an attentive and intrigued Thecla listens from an upstairs window next door. Paul's message is all about the saintly lifestyle that can bring eternal salvation. In particular, those who abstain from the joys of sex, even within marriage, will receive a heavenly reward. This is a compelling message for the young Thecla, who, as it turns out, is soon to be married to a prominent figure in town. She immediately breaks off her engagement, earning the rage of both her estranged fiancé and her mother, who now has suffered a social and probably economic setback. Together, they turn over her to the local authorities for punishment. The narrative details Thecla's devotion to Paul and her narrow escapes from violent martyrdom, entailing, in one particularly peculiar episode, a vat of flesh-eating seals. In the course of the narrative, the unmarried and vulnerable Thecla is given over to the protection of a one-time queen named Antonia Thephania, whose daughter, Falconilla, has recently died. Knowledge of Thecla's great sanctity has apparently reached even into the realm of the dead, where it is known among the departed that Thecla can be of some help. Falconilla appears to her mother in a dream that asks her, "Mother, receive this stranger, the forsaken Thecla, in my place, that she may pray for me, and I may come to the place of the just." Thephania does as she is asked. Thecla makes her prayer, and then the narrative moves on to other matters. But this brief snippet is intriguing on its own terms. Falconilla is obviously not experiencing a heavenly reward in paradise, and how could she be? She had been a pagan who had never heard of Paul, Christ, or of the Christian religion at all before she died. She is transferred, and the assumption of she is not in the place of the just, but she appears to know that she could be transferred, and the assumption of the text is that Thecla's prayer could and did work the miracle. This is only a glimpse of post-mortem possibilities, but it clearly appears to be a case of someone who, though not immediately saved, came to enter a restful place after originally being executed. After originally being excluded. Sorry. Fuck, my motherfucking leg asleep. A second tale, good fucking lord, how much longer is this book? Up to page 290, and I'm on page 275. I'm gonna just pause there. Oh, I have no other books to read anyway. I don't want to rush through this one. Plus, I haven't been able to make any notes on this shit. Yeah, I mean. I'm hungry. My leg was asleep. Yeah, my leg fell asleep. I was trying to wake it up. Shit, man, my leg was asleep. I was reading, but now I'm not. Forever never. What's he doing? Shit. Yeah, I'm good, Michelle. It was nice to listen to you read while I did a mountain of laundry. What's going on, Satan Squirrel? Um, I don't believe in it. I mean, this book isn't necessarily dealing with the veracity of the claims made with regards to heaven and hell. It's just sort of giving you an understanding of like where the concepts even came from. You know what I'm saying? And like how they went from one thing to another, or how some people believe this versus some people believe that. And it's just amazing how most people believe the version of life, of the afterlife, that is completely antithetical to what both Paul and Jesus believed, which is weird and hilarious. But that's something that I want to do some more research into. Speaking of which, I need to make a note that some more books that I want to get regarding the historicity of the Bible. About quantum physics and quantum entanglement and 3D printing and space time. Like that, like TV, I'll agree. Afterlife at what age? It's 4, 14, 23, 60, 110. I know, right? Do you follow God? No, I do not. When the 4D print my brain back into my skull and body. Or the severed head, I experienced nothing. Good luck. I cut one of your videos. Huh? I seen a couple of my videos been cut. They're all terrible though. Good lord. It's like the production value is just not there. Let me hit that BZ. Yeah. Yeah, dog. Drink water. Water. Thanks, T man. Yeah, I did. All right, I will. I will, Benjamin. I promise. I watch everybody's videos who remakes my shit. They all suck though. Some more than others. Yours probably will too. Like one dude's, his wasn't so bad because he's like a content creator, but like I mean, it was just whack. Like like his comeback was trash. Like basically, like you need to get right with Jesus, or you going to hell. And I'm like, bro, that's your comeback. I don't give a fuck about that. Like you're gonna have to do better than that. I'm not worried about it. I do not green screen. What? Broski is motherfucking baked. You already know, son. Outside. What? Nice. T-Man is the best, dog. Sick tobacco. Well, CBD really. Benjamin B. It better be good, Ben. Cause I'm gonna comment on it for sure. Yeah, me. Thanks, Slipping. I appreciate that. Thank you, Eric. Eric, talent isn't. Yeah. That didn't look as cool. That's right. That's right. You go, Heaven. There you go. That's it. Yeah, we are. Yeah, good night. G night. Whatever. Yeah, me. Good. You talking about this one, Devin? do you choose to associate or identify with satanic iconography? I sort of already made a video about this. You know what I mean? Where I likened it to liking the Batman franchise. Or basically, like, let's say you like Batman. In the Batman franchise, let's say your favorite character is the Joker. So then you got like a Joker hoodie, a Joker hat, you know what I'm saying? You got a Joker coffee mug because you're a fan of that character in that story. Doesn't mean you believe the Joker exists or that Gotham is a real place or that Batman is real. Just means that you are a fan of the character in that story. And that's what it is with me. Like, I'm a fan of the devil in the story of the Bible, essentially. And so I like to buy things that are associated with that character because I like that character in that story. Doesn't mean that I believe that he's real or any of the stories associated with it or any of that. So I hope that explains it. Nah, it's cool. I don't mind explaining it. This this book. Come on, old ass, wrinkled ass, dried up ass fingers, bro. But anyway, this book is fucking heavy, dog. Like, it's impossible to read this and not cry. Like you really feel like you're in that school. Finna get shot. Like, it's fucking crazy, bro. Like, this book. No, I don't. Sure. Who is that? He'll grow. And how do you know that? Oh, okay. That's interesting. What do you think the serpent represents? I don't fucking know, dude. For me, it's more like truth. I mean, in the Garden of Eden, the serpent told the truth. So, yeah. But this one? Well, I'll be damned, someone else. T-Man, are you talking about this one? Here, I'll let you see it. Start with the beginning. All right. He told them he loved them, each and every one of them. He spoke without notes, but chose his words carefully. Frank DeAngelis waited out the pom-pom routines, the academic awards, and the student-made videos. After an hour of revelry, the short, middle-aged man strode across the gleaming basketball court to address his student body. He took his time. He smiled as he passed the marching band, the cheerleaders, and the rebels logo painted beneath flowing banners proclaiming recent sports victories. He faced 2,000 hyped up high school students in the wooden bleachers, and they gave him their full attention. Then he told them how much they meant to him, how his heart would break to lose just one of them. It was a peculiar sentiment for an administrator to express to an assembly of teenagers, but Frank DeAngelis had been a coach longer than a principal, and he earnestly believed in motivation by candor. He had coached football and baseball for 16 years, but he looked like a wrestler, compact body with the bearing of a Marine, but without the bluster. He tried to play down his coaching past, but he exuded it. You can't hear the fear in his voice. He didn't try to hide it, and he didn't try to fight back the tears that welled up in his eyes. And he got away with it. Those kids could sniff out a phony with one whiff and could convey displeasure with snickers and fumbling and an audible current of unrest. But they adored Mr. D. He could say almost anything to his students precisely because he did. He didn't hold back, he didn't sugarcoat it, and he didn't dumb it down. On Friday morning, April 16th, 1999, Principal Frank DeAngelis was an utterly transparent man. Every student in the gymnasium understood Mr. D's message. There were fewer than 36 hours until the junior-senior prom, meaning lots of drinking and lots of driving. Lecturing the kids would just provoke eye-rolling, so instead he copped to 3 strategies in his own life. His buddy from college had been killed in a motorcycle accident. Quote, "I can remember being in the waiting room looking at his blood," he said. "So don't tell me it can't happen." He described holding his teenage daughter in his arms after her friend died in a flaming wreck. The hardest had been gathering the Columbine baseball team to tell them one of their buddies had lost control of his car. He choked up again. "I don't want to attend another memorial service." "Look to your left," he told them. "Look to your right." He instructed them to study the smiling faces and then close their eyes and imagine one of them gone. He told them to repeat after him, quote, "I am a valued member of Columbine High School, and I am not in this alone." That's when he told them he loved them, as he always did. "Open your eyes," he said. "I want to see each and every one of your bright, smiling faces again Monday morning." He paused. "When you're thinking about doing something that could get you in trouble, remember, I care about you," he said. "I love you, but remember, I want us all together. We are one large family. We are." He left the phrase dangling. This was the students' signal. They leapt to their feet and yelled, "Columbine." Ivory Moore, a dynamo of a teacher and a crowd rouser, ran out and yelled, "We are Columbine." It was louder now, and their fists were pumping in the air. "We are Columbine. We are Columbine." Louder, faster, harder, faster. He whipped them into a frenzy. Then he let them go. They spilled out to the hallways to wrap up one last day of classes, just a few hours until the big weekend. All 2,000 students would return safely on Monday morning after the prom. But the following afternoon, Tuesday, April 20th, 1999, 24 of Mr. D's kids and faculty members would be loaded into ambulances and rushed into hospitals. 13 bodies would remain in the building and 2 more on the grounds. It would be the worst school shooting in American history, a characterization that would have appalled the boys just then finalizing their plans. Eric Harris wanted a prom date. Eric was a senior about to leave Columbine High School forever. He was not to be let out. He was not about to be left out of the prime social event of his life. He really wanted a date. Dates were not generally a problem. Eric was a brain, but an uncommon subcategory. Cool brain. He smoked, he drank, he dated. He got invited to parties, he got high. He worked his look hard. Military chic hair, short and spiked with plenty of product, plus black t-shirts and baggy cargo pants. He blasted hardcore German industrial rock from his Honda. He enjoyed firing off bottle rockets and road tripping to Wyoming to replenish the stash. He broke the rules, tagged himself with the nickname Reb, but did his homework and earned himself a slew of A's. He shot cool videos and got them airplay on the closed circuit the closed circuit system in school. And he got chicks, lots and lots of chicks. On the ultimate high school scoreboard, Eric outscored much of the football team. He was a little charmer. He walked right up to the hotties at the mall. He won them over with quick wit, dazzling dimples, and a disarming smile. His blackjack pizza job offered a nice angle. Stop in later and he would slip them a free slice. Often they did. Blackjack was a crummy econo chain, one step down from Domino's. Damn, that's quite a step down. It had a tiny storefront in a strip mall just down the road from Eric's house. It was mostly a takeout and delivery business, but there were a handful of cabaret tables and a row of stools lined up along the counter for the sad cases with nowhere better to go. Eric and Dylan were called insiders, meaning anything but delivery, mostly making the pizzas, working the counter, cleaning up the mess. It was hard, sweaty work in the hot kitchen and boring as hell. Eric looked striking head on, prominent cheekbones, hollowed out underneath, all his features proportionate, clean cut, and all American. The profile presented a bit of a problem, however. His long, pointy nose exaggerated a sloping forehead and a weak chin. The spiky hair worked against him aesthetically, elongating his angular profile. But it was edgy, and it played well with his swag. The smile was his trump card, and he knew exactly how to play it. Black, bashful, and earnest, yet flirtatious. The chicks ate it up. He had made it to the homecoming dance as a freshman and had scored with a 23-year-old at his... Wait, what? And had scored with a 23-year-old at 17. He was damn proud of that. I would have been too, shit. But prom had become a problem. For some reason, bad luck or bad timing, he couldn't make it happen. He had gone nuts scrounging for a date. He asked one girl, but she already had a boyfriend. That was embarrassing. He tried another, got shot down again. He wasn't ashamed to call his friends in. His buddies asked, the girls he hung with asked. He asked, nothing. His best friend, Dylan, had a date. How crazy was that? Dylan Klebold was meek, self-conscious, and authentically shy. He could barely speak in front of a stranger, especially a girl. He'd follow quietly after Eric on the mall conquests, attempting to appear invisible. Eric slathered chicks with compliments. Dylan passed them Chips Ahoy cookies in class to let them know he liked them. Dylan's friend said he had never been on a date. He may never have even asked a girl out, including the one he was taking to prom. Dylan Klebold was a brain too, but not one quite so cool. Certainly not in his own estimation. He tried so hard to emulate Eric. On some of their videos, he puffed up and acted like a tough guy, then glanced over at Eric for approval. Dylan was taller and even smarter than Eric, but considerably less handsome. Dylan hated the oversized features on his slightly lopsided face, his nose especially. He saw it as a giant blob. Dylan saw the worst version of himself. A shave would have helped. His beard was beginning to come in, but sporadically in fuzzy little splotches along his chin. He seemed to take pride in his starter patches, oblivious to the actual effect. Dylan cut a more convincing figure as a rebel, though. Long, ratty curls dangled toward his shoulders. He towered over his peers. With a ways to go in puberty, he was up to 6'3" already, 143 stretched pounds. He could have worn the statue proudly, casting aspersions down at his adversaries, but it scared the crap out of him, all exposed up there. So he slouched off an inch or two. Most of his friends were over 6 feet. Eric was the exception at 5'9". His eyes lined up with Dylan's Adam's apple. Eric wasn't thrilled with his looks either, but he rarely let it show. He had undergone surgery in junior high to correct a congenital birth defect, pectus excavatum, an abnormally sunken sternum. Early on, it had undermined his confidence, but he'd overcome it by acting tough. Yet it was Dylan who scored the prom date. His tux was rented, the corsage purchased, and 5 other couples organized to share a limo. He was going with a sweet, brainy Christian girl who had helped acquire 3 of the 4 guns. She adored Dylan enough to believe Eric's story about using them to hunt. Robin Anderson was a pretty, diminutive blonde who hid behind her long, straight hair, which often covered a good portion of her face. She was active in her church's youth group. Right now, she was in DC for a week-long trip with them, due back barely in time for the prom. Robin had gotten straight A's at Columbine and was a month away from graduating as valedictorian. She saw Dylan every day in calculus, strolled through the hallways and hung out with him any time she could. Dylan liked her and loved the adulation, but wasn't really into her as a girlfriend. Dylan was heavy into school stuff. Eric, too. They attended the football games, the dances, and the variety shows and worked together on video products for the Rebel News Network. School plays were big for Dylan. He would never want to face an audience, but backstage at the soundboard, that was great. Earlier in the year, he'd rescued Rachel Scott, the junior class sweetheart, when when her tape jammed during the talent show. In a few days, Eric would kill her. It's different when you know it's real. It's different when you know it when you know it really happened. We're not talking about fictional characters in some made up place and time thousands of years ago. We're talking about real people, real children. Eric, I'm just tired of seeing that line right above it. I was like, I have to keep seeing it. Eric and Dylan were short on athletic ability, but were big time fans. They had both been little leaguers and soccer kids. Eric still played soccer, but for Dylan, it was mostly spectator stuff now. Eric was a Rockies fan and found spring training exciting. Dylan rooted for the Bo Sox and okay, so the Boston Sox, okay, and wore their cap everywhere. He watched a whole lot of baseball, studied the box scores, and compiled his own stats. He was in first place in the fantasy league organized by a friend of his. Nobody could out-analyze Dylan Klebold as he prepared for the March draft in advance, weeks in advance. His friends grew bored after the first major rounds, but Dylan was intent on securing a strong bench. In the final week, he notified the league commissioner that he was adding a rookie pitcher to his roster, and he would continue working a trade through the weekend, right up to Monday, his last night. His life was baseball, one of his friends said. Eric fancied himself a nonconformist, but he craved approval and fumed over the slightest disrespect. His hand was always shooting up in class, and he always had the right answer. Eric wrote a poem for creative writing class that week about ending hate and loving the world. He enjoyed quoting Nietzsche and Shakespeare, but missed the irony of his own nickname, Reb, so rebellious he'd name himself after the school mascot. Dylan went by Vodka, sometimes capitalizing his initials in the name of his favorite liquor. He was a heavy drinker and damned proud of it. Supposedly, he'd earned the name after downing an entire bottle. Eric preferred Jack Daniels, but scrupulously hid it from his parents. To adult eyes, Eric was the obedient one. Misbehavior had consequences, usually involving his father, usually curtailing his freedom. Eric was a little control freak. He gauged his moves and determined just how much he could get away with. He could suck up like crazy to make things go his way. The Blackjack Pizza store owner, doing most of their tenure, was acquainted with Eric's wild side. After he closed the shop, Robert Curgis would climb up to the roof sometimes, taking Eric and Dylan with him, and chugging brewskis while the boys shot bottle rockets over the strip malls. Curgis was 29 but enjoyed hanging with this pair. They were bright kids. They talked like adults sometimes. Eric knew when to play and when to get serious. If a cop had ever showed up on that rooftop, everyone would have turned to Eric to do the talking. When customers stacked up at the counter and drivers rushed in for pickups, somebody needed to take control, and Eric was your man. He was like a robot under pressure. Nothing could faze him, not when he cared about the outcome. Plus, he needed that job. He had an expensive hobby, and he wasn't about to jeopardize it for short-term gratification. Kurt just put Eric in charge when he left. Nobody put Dylan in charge of anything. He was unreliable. He had been on and off the payroll in the past year. He'd applied for a better job at a computer store and presented a professional resume. The owner had been impressed, and Dylan had gotten the job, but he never bothered to show up. But nothing separated the boy's personality like a run-in with authority. Dylan would be hyperventilating, Eric calmly calculating. Eric's cool head steamed. Eric's cool head steered them clear of most trouble, but they had their share of schoolyard fights. They liked to pick on younger kids. Dylan had been caught scratching obscenities into a freshman's locker. When Dean Peter Horvath called him down, Dylan went ballistic. He cussed the dean out, bounced off the walls, acted like a nutcase. Eric could have talked his way out with apologies, evasions, or claims of innocence, whatever that subject was susceptible to. He read people quickly and tailored his responses. Eric was unflappable. Dylan erupted. He had no clue what Dean Horvath would respond to, nor did he care. He was pure emotion. When he learned his father was driving in to discuss the locker, Dylan dug himself in deeper. Logic was irrelevant. The boys were both gifted analytically, math whizzes and technological hounds, gadgets, computers, video games, any new technology, they were mesmerized. They created websites, adapted games with their own characters and adventures, and shot loads of videos, brief little short subjects they wrote, directed, and starred in. Surprisingly, gangly shy boy Dylan made for the most engaging character. Eric was so calm and even-tempered, he couldn't even fake intensity. In person, he came off charming, confident, and engaging, impersonating an emotional young man. He was dull and unconvincing, incapable of emoting. Dylan was a live wire. In life, he was timid and shy, but not always quiet. Trip his anger, and he erupted. On film, he unleashed the anger, and he was that crazy man, disintegrating in front of the camera. His eyes bugged out and his cheeks pulled away from them, all the flesh bunched up at the extremities, deep crevices around the looming nose. Outwardly, Eric and Dylan looked like normal young boys about to graduate. They were testing authority, testing their sexual prowess, a little frustrated with the dumbasses they had to deal with, a little full of themselves, nothing unusual for high school. Rebel Hill slopes gradually, rising just 40 feet above Columbine, which sits at its base. That's enough to dominate the immediate surroundings, but halfway up the hillside, the Rockies are suddenly spectacular. Each step forward lowers the mesa toward eye level, and the mountains leap up behind, a jagged brown wall rearing straight off the Great Plains. They stand 2,000 to 3,000 feet above it, endless and apparently impenetrable, fading all the way over the northern horizon and just as far to the south. Locals call them the foothills. This front range towering over Columbine is taller than the highest peaks in all of Appalachia. Roads and regular habitations stop suddenly at the base of the foothills. Even vegetation struggles to survive. Just 3 miles away, and it feels like the end of the world. Nothing much grows on Rebel Hills Mesa. It's covered in crackled reddish clay, broken by the occasional scraggly weed failing to make much of a foothold. Up ahead, in the middle distance, humanity finally returns in the form of subdivisions. On fat, winding lanes and cul-de-sacs, comfortably spaced 2-story houses pop up among the pines. Strip malls and soccer fields and churches. Columbine High School sits on a softly rolling meadow at the edge of a sprawling park in the shadow of the Rocky Mountains. It's a large, modern facility, 250,000 square feet of solid, no-frills construction. With a beige concrete exterior and few windows, the school looks like a factory from most angles. It's practical, like the people of South Jefferson County, Jeffco as it's known locally, scrimped on architectural affectations, but invested generously in chemical labs, computers, video production facilities, and a first-rate teaching force. Friday morning after the assembly, the corridors bustled with giddy teenage exuberance. Students poured out of the gym giggling, flirting, chasing, and jostling. Yet just outside the north entranceway, where the tips of the Rockies peaked around the edges of Rebel Hill, the clamor of 2,000 boisterous teenagers faded to nothing. The two-story structure and the sports complex wrapped around it on two sides were the only individuals of America, or the only indication of America's 20th largest metropolis. Downtown Denver lay just 10 miles to the northeast, but a dense thicket of trees obscured the skyline. On warmer days, the sliding doors of the wood shop would gape open. Boys set their cutting tools into the spinning blocks of wood, and the sudden buzz of the lathe machines competed with the exhaust system. But a cold front had swept onto the high plains Wednesday, and the air was hovering around freezing, as Mr. D told the students that he loved them. Cold didn't deter the smokers. Any day of the year, you could find them wandering near, but rarely in, the official smoking spot, a 10-by-8 grass rectangle cordoned off by telephone pole logs just past the parking lot, just beyond school grounds. It was peaceful there. No teachers, no rules, no commotion, no stress. Eric and Dylan were fixtures in the smoker's gully. They both smoked the same brand, Camel filtered. Eric picked it. Dylan followed. Lately, friends had noticed more cutting and missed assignments. Dylan kept getting in trouble for sleeping in class. Eric was frustrated and pissed, but also curiously unemotional. One day that year, a friend videotaped him hanging out at the lunch table with his buddies. They bantered about cams and valves and a good price for a used Mazda. Eric appeared entranced with his cell phone, aimlessly spinning it in circles. He didn't seem to be listening, but he was taking it all in. A guy walked into the crowded cafeteria. "Fuck you," one of Eric's buddies spat, well out of hearing range. "I hate that putrid cock," another friend agreed. Eric turned slowly and gazed over his shoulder with his trademark detachment. He studied the guy and turned back with less interest than he had shown toward the phone. "I hate almost everyone," he replied blankly. "Ah, yes, I want to rip his head off and eat it." Eric's voice was flat. No malice, no anger, barely interested. His eyebrows rose at the "ah, yes," a mild congratulation for the clever line about to come. He went vacant, again delivering it. No one found that reaction unusual. They were used to Eric. They moved on to reminiscing about a freshman they picked on. Eric impersonated a special ed kid struggling to talk. A busty girl walked by. Eric waved her over and they hit on her. Spring had burst upon the Front Range. Trees were leafing, anthills rising, lawns growing vibrant in their brief transition from dormant winter brown to parched summer brown. Millions of mini propeller maple seed pods twirled down toward the ground. Spring fever infected the classrooms. Teachers zipped through remaining chapters. Kids started to stress about finals and daydream about the summer. Seniors looked ahead to fall. Columbine had one of the best academic reputations in the state. 80% of graduates headed on to degree programs. College dominated the conversation now. Big fat acceptance packets and paper-thin rejection envelopes, last-minute campus visits to narrow down the finalists. It was time to commit to a university, write the deposit check, and start selecting first semester classes. High school was essentially over. Up in the Rockies, it was still winter. The slopes were open, but the snow was receding. Kids begged their parents for a day off from school for one last boarding run. An evangelical Christian junior talked her parents into letting her get the day off before Mr. D's assembly. Cassie Bernal drove up to Breckenridge with her brother Chris. Neither one had met Eric or Dylan yet. Lunchtime was still a big daily event. The Columbine cafeteria was a wide, open bubble of a space protruding from the spacious corridor between the student entrance at the south corner and the giant stone staircase that could fit more than a dozen students across. Kids referred to that area as the Commons. It was wrapped with an open latticework facade of white steel girders and awnings and a decorative crisscross of steel cables. Inside, a hive of activity ignited at lunchtime. At the start of a lunch, more than 600 students rushed in. Some came and went quickly, using it as a central meeting hub or grabbing a pack of tater tots for the road. It was packed solid for 5 minutes, then emptied out quickly. 300 to 400 kids eventually settled in for the duration in plastic chairs around movable tables, seating 6 to 8 inches. Or I'm sorry, each table sat 6 to 8 people. Sorry. 2 hours after the assembly, Mr. D was on lunch duty, his favorite part of the day. Most administrators delegated the task, but Principal DeAngelis could not get enough. Quote, "My friends laugh at me," he said. "Lunch duty? Ugh, but I love it down there. That's when you get to see the kids. That's when you get to talk to them." Mr. D made his way around the commons, chatting up kids at each table, pausing as eager students ran up to catch his ear. He was down here for the start of a lunch nearly every day. His visits were lighthearted and conversational. He listened to his students' stories and helped solve problems, but he avoided discipline at lunch. The one situation where he just couldn't stop himself, though, was when he saw abandoned trays and food scraps. The Columbine Mr. D had inherited was short on frills, but he insisted it stay clean. He was so irritated by entitlement and sloppiness that he had had 4 surveillance cameras installed in the commons. A custodian loaded a fresh tape every morning around 11:05, and the rotating cameras continually swept the commons, recording 15-second bursts of action automatically cut from camera to camera. Day after day, they recorded the most banal footage imaginable. No one could have imagined what those cameras would capture just 4 months after installation. A terrifying affliction had infested America's small towns and suburbs: the school shooter. We knew it because we saw it on TV. We had read about it in the newspapers. It had materialized inexplicably 2 years before. In February 1997, a 16-year-old in remote Bethel, Alaska, brought a shotgun to high school and opened fire. He killed the principal and a student and injured 2 others. In October, another boy shot up his school, this time in Pearl, Mississippi. 2 dead students, 7 wounded. 2 more sprees erupted in December in remote locales: West Paducah, Kentucky, and Stamps, Arkansas. 7 were dead by the end of the year, 16 wounded. The following year was worse: 10 dead, 35 wounded in 5 separate incidents. The violence intensified in the springtime as the school years came to a close. Shooting season, they began to call it. The perpetrator was always a white boy, always a teenager in a placid town few had ever heard of. Most of the shooters acted alone. Each attack erupted unexpectedly and ended quickly, so TV never caught the turmoil. The nation watched the aftermaths: endless scenes of schools surrounded by ambulances, overrun by cops, hemorrhaging terrified children. By graduation day 1998, it felt like a full-blown epidemic. With each escalation, small towns in suburbia grew a little more tense. City schools had been armed campuses for ages, but the suburbs were supposed to be safe. The public was riveted. The panic was real. But was it warranted? "It could happen any place" became the refrain, but does it happen any place? Justin Policy Institute Director Vincent Schiraldi argued in the Washington Post, and it rarely happens at all. A New York Times editorial made the same point. CDC data pegged the child's chances of dying at school at 1 in a million, and holding the trend was actually steady to downward, depending on how far back you looked. But it was new to middle-class white parents. Each fresh horror left millions shaking their heads, wondering when the next outcast would strike. And then, nothing. During the entire 1998-99 school year, not a single shooter emerged. The threat faded, and a distant struggle took hold of the news. The slow disintegration of Yugoslavia erupted again. In March 1999, as Eric and Dylan finalized their plans, NATO drew the line on Serbian aggression in a place called Kosovo. The United States began its largest air campaign since Vietnam. Swarms of F-15 squadrons pounded Belgrade. Central Europe was in chaos. America was at war. The suburban menace of the school shooter had receded. Eric and Dylan had a lunch, but they were rarely around for Mr. D's visits anymore. Columbine was an open campus, so older kids with licenses and cars mostly took off for Subway Wendy's, or countless drive-thrus scattered about the subdivisions. Most of the Columbine parents were affluent enough to endow their kids with cars. Eric had a black Honda Prelude. Dylan drove a vintage BMW his dad had refurbished. The two cars sat side by side in their assigned spaces in the senior lot every day. At lunch, the boys loaded into one with a handful of friends to go grab a bite and smoke. Mr. D had one major objective on Friday. Eric Harris had at least two. Mr. D wanted to impress on his kids the importance of wise choices. He wanted everyone back alive on Monday. Eric wanted ammo and a date for prom night. Eric and Dylan planned to be dead shortly after the weekend, but Friday night they had a little work to do. One last shift at blackjack. The job had funded most of Eric's bomb production, weapons acquisition, and napalm experiments. Blackjack paid a little better than minimum, $6.50 an hour for Dylan, $7.65 an hour to Eric, who had seniority. Eric believed he could do better. Once I graduate, I think I'm going to quit too, Eric told a friend who'd quit the week before. But not now. When I graduate, I'm going to get a job that's better for my future. He was lying. He had no intention of graduating. Eric had no plans, which seemed odd for a kid with so much potential. He was a gifted student taking a pass on college. No career plans, no discernible goals. It was driving his parents crazy. Dylan had a bright future. He was heading to college, of course. He was going to be a computer engineer. Several schools had accepted him, and he and his dad had driven down to Tucson on a 4-day trip. He'd picked out a dorm room. He'd liked the desert. The decision was final. His mom was going to mail his deposit to the University of Arizona on Monday. Eric had appeased his dad for the last few weeks by responding to a Marine recruiter. He had no interest, but it made a nice cover. Eric's dad, Wayne, had been a decorated Air Force test pilot. He'd retired as a major after 23 years. For the moment, blackjack was a pretty good gig, decent money, and lots of social opportunities. Chris and Nate and Zach and a mess of their other buddies had worked there, and Eric was alert for hotties. He had been working this one chick for months. Susan worked as a part-time receptionist at the Great Clips in the same strip mall, so she was always having to pick up the pizza orders for the stylists. Eric saw her at school too, usually when she was smoking. He addressed her by name there. She wasn't sure how he'd gotten a hold of it, and came by the store now and then to chat her up. She seemed to like him. Eric could not abide embarrassment, so he had been checking with her friends to gauge his prospects. Yeah, she liked him. Business was slow Friday night because of a late spring snowstorm, so they had time to chat when she picked up her order. He asked her for her number. She gave it. Susan was looking good, and Eric's new boss had an announcement too. Curtis had sold the store 6 weeks ago, and things were changing. The new owner fired some of the staff. Eric and Dylan were keepers, but the roof was closed. No more brewskis and bottle rockets. Eric, however, had made a great impression. Curtis had trusted Eric enough to leave him in charge frequently, but on Friday, the new owner promoted him. 4 days before his massacre, Eric made shift manager. He seemed pleased. Both boys asked for advances that night. Eric wanted $200, Dylan $120, against hours they had already worked. The new owner paid them in cash. After work, they headed to Bellevue Lanes. Friday night was Rock and Bowl, a big weekly social event. 16 kids usually showed up, some from the blackjack circle, some from outside. They jammed into 4 adjacent lanes and tracked all the scores on the overhead monitors. Eric and Dylan played every Friday night. They weren't great bowlers. Dylan averaged about 115, Eric about 108, but they sure had fun doing it. They took bowling as a gym class too. Dylan hated mornings, but Monday through Wednesday, he drove to Bellevue in the dark. Class started at 6 a.m. and they were rarely late, almost never absent, and they still couldn't wait for Friday night. Same venue, but no adult supervision. They could get a little crazier. Eric was into all this German shit lately. Nietzsche, Freud, Hitler, German industrial bands like KMFDM and Rammstein, German language t-shirts. Sometimes he'd punctuate his high fives with Sieg Heil or Heil Hitler. Reports conflict about whether or not Dylan followed his lead. Dylan's friend Robin Anderson, the girl who had asked him to the prom, usually picked them up at blackjack and drove them to the alley. But this week, she was still in Washington with her church group. They went home early that night. Eric had a phone engagement. He called Susan after 9 as promised, but got her mother. The mom thought Eric seemed very nice until she told him Susan was sleeping at a friend's house. Eric got mad. How odd, the mom thought, that Eric would get so angry so quickly just because Susan was out. Rejection was Eric's weak spot, especially by females. He wouldn't quite pull a Klebold, but the veil came down and his anger spilled out. It was just infuriating. He had a long list of betrayals, an actual quote-unquote shit list on his computer of despicable young girls. Susan did not make the list. Her mom offered Eric her pager number, and he pounded out a message. Susan called back, and Eric was suddenly nice again. They talked about school, computers, and kids who had knifed Eric in the back. Eric went on and on about one kid who had betrayed him. They chatted for a half an hour, and Eric finally asked her about Saturday night. Was she busy? No? Great. He would call her early in the afternoon. Finally, prom night. He had a date. On Friday nights, Coach Sanders could usually be found in the Columbine Lounge, an ass-kicking strip mall honky-tonk with the feel of an Allman Brothers club gig in Macomb in the 1970s. All ages piled in, mostly rednecks, but blacks and Latinos mixed easily, punkers and skate rats too. Everybody got along. Biker dudes with gleaming scalps and ponytails chatted up elderly women in floral cardigans. Most nights included an open mic period where one could watch an aging drunk strum Stairway to Heaven segue into the Gilligan's Island theme and forget the words. The bartenders covered the pool tables with plywood sheets when the band started, covering it all into banquet space, converting it into banquet space. A stack of amplifiers and a mixing board marked off the virtual stage, spotlit by aluminum clamped lights affixed to the ceiling tile frames. A narrow strip of carpet served as the dance floor. Mostly it was filled with 40-ish women in Dorothy Hamill wedge cuts. They tried to drag their men out there, but seldom got many takers. Dave Sanders was the exception. He loved to glide across the carpet. He was partial to the electric slide. He was something to see. The grace that propelled him down the basketball court 30 years ago had stuck with him. He played point guard, and he was good. Coach Sanders outclassed most of the clientele, but he didn't think in class terms. He cared about friendliness, honest effort, and sincerity. The lounge had those in abundance, and Dave liked to kick back and have a little fun. He had a hearty laugh and got a lot of use of it at the lounge. When Coach Sanders arrived in 1974, he personified the community. He'd grown up in Vetersburg, Indiana, a quiet rural community much like the Jefferson County he found right out of college. 25 years later, it was not such a snug fit. The lounge sat just a few blocks south of the high school, and in the early days, it was brimming with faculty after school or practice. They mixed with former students and parents and siblings of the current ones. Half the town rode through the lounge in a given week. The newer teachers didn't approve of that behavior, and they didn't fit in the lounge anyway. Neither did the wave of upscale suburbanites who began flooding into Jeffco in the late 70s, overwhelming Columbine's student body. New Columbine went for Fern Barns and Bennigan's, or private parties in their split-level ranch homes and cathedral-ceilinged McMansions. Cassie Bernal's family was New Columbine, as were the Harrises and the Klebolds. Mr. D arrives as old, but evolved with the majority to new. Old Columbine remained, outnumbered but unfazed by the new arrivals. Many older families lived in actual ranch houses built half a century earlier on the small ranch houses occupying most of the area when the high school was constructed. Columbine High School was built in 1973 on a dirt road off a larger dirt road way out in horse country. It was named after the flower that blankets sections of the Rockies. Scraggy meadows surrounded the new building, fragrant with pine trees and horse manure. Hardly anyone lived there, but Jeffco was bracing for an influx. Court-ordered busing had spurred an avalanche of white flight out of Denver, and subdivisions were popping up all along the foothills. Jeffco officials had debated where the arrivals would cluster. They erected 3 temporary structures in the wilderness to accommodate the stampede. The high schools were identical hollow shells, ready for conversion to industrial use if the population failed to materialize. Columbine resembled a factory by design. Inside, mobile accordion wall separators were rolled out to create classrooms. Sound carried from room to room, but students could overcome such minor hardships. Developers kept throwing up new subdivisions, each one pricier than the one before. Jeffco kept all three temporary schools. In 1995, just before Eric and Dylan arrived, Columbine High School underwent a major overhaul. Permanent interior walls were installed, and the old cafeteria on the east side was converted to classrooms. A huge west wing was added, doubling the size of the structure. It bore the signature new architectural structure, the curving green glass of the Commons with the new library above. By April 1999, the plane was nearly filled, all the way to the foothills, but the fiercely independent residents refused to incorporate. A new town would only impose new rules and new taxes. The 100,000 new arrivals filled one continuous suburb with no town center, no main street, no town hall, no town library, or a town name. No one was sure what to call it. Littleton is a quiet suburb south of Denver where the massacre did not actually occur. Although the name would grow synonymous with the tragedy, Columbine lies several miles west across the South Platte River in a different county with separate schools and law enforcement. The postal system slapped Littleton onto a vast tract of 700 square miles stretching way up into the foothills. The people on the plain gravitated toward the name of the nearest high school, the hub of suburban social life. For 30,000 people clustered around the new school, Columbine became the name of their home. Dave Sanders taught typing, keyboarding, business, and economics. He didn't find all the material particularly interesting, but it enabled him to coach. Dave coached 7 different sports at Columbine. He started out with boys, but found the girls needed him more. He found his way of making everyone feel secure, a friend said. He made the kids feel good about themselves. Dave didn't yell or berate the girls, but he was stern and insistent at practice. Again. He watched quietly on the sidelines, and when he spoke, they could count on analysis or inspiration. He had taken over as head coach of girls basketball that semester, a team with 12 straight losing seasons. Before the first game, he bought them t-shirts with 1 in a dozen printed on the back. They made it to the state championship tournament that spring. When someone crossed Dave Sanders, he responded with the look, a cold, insistent stare. He used it one time on a couple of chatty girls in business class. They shut up momentarily, but went back to talking when he looked away. So he pulled up a chair right in front of them and conducted the rest of class from that spot, staring back and forth at each girl until the bell rang. Awesome. Dave spent almost every night in the gym or the field house, headed back for more on the weekends, and ran summer training camps at the University of Wyoming. Dave was a practical guy. He admired efficiency, tried to do double duty by bringing his daughter to work after school. The basketball girls knew Angela by the time she was a toddler. She hung out in the gym watching Daddy drill the girls, dribbling, tip contests, face-offs. Angela brought her toys with her in a tight-sized suitcase. By the end of practice, they would be strewn all over the bleachers and the side of the court. The girl gets a lot of big sigh when Dave calls out for Angela to start packing up. He worked them hard, and that was the signal that they were nearly done. Angela treasured those late afternoons. "I grew up at Columbine," she said. Dave was widening out into a big bear of a man, and when he hugged Angela, she felt safe. Her mom was less impressed. Kathy Sanders divorced Dave when Angela was 3. Dave found a home a few blocks away so they could stay close. Later, Angie moved in with him. It was such a happy divorce that Kathy became friends with his second wife, Linda Lou. "Kathy's such a sweetheart, and she and Dave got along so well," Linda said. "I asked her one day, 'Why did you two ever get a divorce?' And she said, 'He was never home. I was kind of like married to myself.'" Linda thrived with the arrangement. Angie was 17 when she married Dave, and her 2 girls were nearly raised as well. Linda had been a single working mom for many years and was used to alone time. She grew steadily more independent on Dave, though. She had been strong when she needed to, but she liked it better with a man to lean on. Independence had been great, but that life was over now. Linda Lou often met Dave at the lounge after practice, and they spent the evening together there. She loved the place almost as much as Dave did. They'd met at the lounge in 1991. They'd held their wedding reception there 2 years later. It felt like home. Dave felt like home to Linda. Dave was exactly what Linda had been waiting for: caring, protective, and playfully romantic. He proposed on a trip to Vegas. As they strolled over a bridge into the Excalibur Casino, he'd asked to see her divorce ring, which she still wore on her wedding finger. She presented her hand and he threw the ring into the moat. He asked her to marry him. She gleefully accepted. Linda and her two daughters, Cindy and Connie, moved in, and they finished raising the girls together with Angela. Dave legally adopted Linda's younger daughter, Connie. He considered all three girls his daughters, and they all called him Dad. Dave's lanky runner's build filled out. His beard grew speckled, then streaked gray. His smile held constant. His blue eyes twinkled. He began to resemble a young Santa Claus. Otherwise, Dave remained remarkably consistent, coaching, laughing, and enjoying his grandkids, but not seeing them enough. He drove an aging Ford Escort, dressed in drab polyester slacks and plain button-down shirts. His hair dwindled, but he parted it neatly on the left. He wore great big oversized glasses with frames from another age. Each night ended with him in his easy chair, chuckling to Johnny Carson with a tumbler of Diet Coke and a Jack Daniels in his hand. When Johnny retired, the Sanderses had a satellite dish, and Dave could always find a game to settle down with. Linda waited for him upstairs. Out of the blue, just a few weeks before the prom, he decided to update his image. He was 47, time for a change. He surprised Linda in a pair of wire-rimmed glasses, the first big fashion statement of his life. He'd picked them out himself. Woo-hoo, she howled. She had never seen a Dave like this before. He was so proud of those glasses. I finally made it to 1999, he said. The big debut came Easter Sunday. He showed up in the glasses at a boisterous family gathering with the grandkids. Nobody noticed. Alone with Linda that evening, he confessed how badly it hurt. Dave was planning more changes: no basketball camp this summer, less coaching, more time with his own girl. There was still time to set it right. He was trying a new bedtime drink too, Diet Coke and rum. The Sunday before the prom, the family threw a birthday party for Angela's 4-year-old Austin. Dave liked making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for the grandkids. He sliced off the edges because they liked it fluffy all the way through. Dave would hide a gummy worm in the jelly, which surprised them every time. Austin called to talk. I was sleeping. Austin called to talk to Grandpa on prom weekend, but missed him. Dave called back and left a message on the machine. Angela erased it. She would try again during the week. Prom was scheduled for April 17th, but for most kids, it was the culmination of a long, painful dance stretching back to midwinter. Night after night, Patrick Ireland had lain on his bed, phone in one hand, a ball in the other, tossing it up and snatching it out of the air, wishing his best friend Laura would take the hint. He kept prodding her about her prospects. Any ideas? Anybody ask yet? She tossed the questions back. Or who are you going to ask? When and what are you waiting for? Indecision was unfamiliar ground for Patrick. He competed in basketball and baseball for Columbine and earned first-place medals in water skiing while earning a 4.0 average. He kept his eye on the ball. When his team was down 5 points in the final minutes of a basketball game, and he just missed an easy layup or dribbled off his foot and felt like a loser, the answer was simple: brush it off. If you wanted to win, you focused on the next play. With Laura, he couldn't focus on anything. Patrick was modest, but self-assured with regard to most things. This mattered too much. He couldn't risk fourth grade again. Laura had been his first love, his first girlfriend in third grade. It was a torrid romance, but it ended badly, and she wouldn't speak to him the next year. It took them until high school to become friends again. For a while, it was friendship, but then his pulse started racing. Had he been right about her the first time? Surely she felt it too, right? Unless he was imagining it. Nah, she was flirting, totally. Flirting enough? Laura grew impatient. It wasn't just prom night at stake. It was weeks of planning, dress shopping, accessorizing, endless conversations to risk being excluded. The sad looks, the pity, a full season of awkwardness. She got another offer. She stalled for time, then finally accepted. The guy was way into her. So Patrick asked Cora, just as friends. His whole group was going as friends. No pressure, just a good time. Prom night arrived. Most groups turned it into a 12-hour affair. Photos, fine dining, the dance, the after prom. Patrick's gang started at Gabriel's, an old Victorian home in the country that had been converted into an elegant steak and seafood house. They pulled up in a limo and ate like kings. Then it was a long ride into Denver for the big event. The prom committee chose the Denver Design Center, a local landmark known as that building with the weird yellow thing. The thing was a monumental steel sculpture called the Articulated Wall, which looked like an 85-foot DNA strand and towered over the shops and restaurants converted from old warehouses. The trade-off with a famous city location was space. You could barely move on the dance floor. Patrick Ireland's second most memorable moment was dancing to Ice Ice Baby. He had lip synced to it in a third grade talent show, so whenever they'd heard it for the next decade, he'd grab his buddies and perform the same goofy dance. That was nothing compared to holding Laura. He got one dance, a slow, long heaven. Cassie Bernal was not asked to prom. She was pretty, but in her estimation, a loser. The church boys from the youth group barely noticed her. At school, she got attention, but strictly sexual. Friends were hard to come by, so she and her friend Amanda dressed up anyway, did their hair, and got all glamorous for a work banquet Amanda's mom had going at the Marriott. Then they cruised to after prom, where dates were optional, and partied till dawn. Dylan's prom group arranged for a limo too. Robin Anderson drove out to pick him up on a Sunday afternoon. They shot pictures with his parents before meeting up with the 5 other couples to head into the city. Robin wore midnight blue satin with cap sleeves and matching opera-length gloves. She'd curled her hair in long blonde ringlets, swept forward to bounce across her low-cut square neckline, a suburban variation on the classic pre-Raphaelite style. Dylan was giddy and beaming, getting ready, all cleaned up for once, working to make everything look just right. He tucked his shirt cuffs down, straightened his tuxedo jacket. He'd gone with a traditional black tuxedo, bow tie slightly askew. A small splash of color lightened up his lapel, a pink-tipped rosebud with a tiny ribbon, the color of Robin's dress. His hair was slicked back into a short ponytail that kept giving him grief. He had shaved. His dad followed him around with a camcorder, capturing every move. Dylan looked at him through the lens. Dad, we're going to laugh about this in 20 years. They rode downtown in a big honking stretch with tinted windows and a mirrored ceiling. Whoa! Dylan held Robin's hand and complimented her on her dress. The first stop was dinner at Bella Ristorante, a trendy spot in lower downtown. It was a fun time, jokes and horseplay with table knives and matches, pretending to light themselves on fire. Dylan devoured an oversized salad, a big seafood entree, and dessert. He gushed about the upcoming reunion for kids from the gifted program in elementary school. It would be fun hooking up again with the childhood smarties. Dylan had volunteered to use his blackjack connection to get some pizzas. They finished dinner early. Dylan stepped out for a cigarette. He asked his buddy Nick Dykeman to join him. It was cold out, but nice anyway. A little quiet time away from all the commotion. Great food, great company, first time in a limo for both of them. Everything's going perfect as planned, Nate said later. Nate was even taller than Dylan. He was 6'4" and considerably more attractive. He had classic features and dark, heavy eyebrows that accentuated his piercing eyes. They talked more about reunions. Everyone was scattering for college. They talked about Dylan heading down to Arizona and Nate across the country to Florida. They wanted to work for Microsoft. What would they accomplish before reunion time rolled around? They tossed around possibilities. No hints whatsoever that anything could possibly be wrong, Nate recalled later. We were just having a great time. It's our senior prom. We're enjoying it like we should. The short ride to the design center was a blast. Hard rock jamming from the speakers, an adrenaline rush while they riffed on one another. They made fun of pedestrians, flipped them off at random. Nobody could see in, they could see out. So, what a riot. Dylan was in a great mood. We've got to stay in touch, he insisted. This group was too fun to let go of. Eric pressed his luck. He was crazy for a prom night date, but he waited till early evening to call Susan. He was confident. Girls liked him. He asked her to come over for a movie. She swung by around 7. His parents had just left to dinner to celebrate their anniversary. Eric wanted to show Susan Event Horizon, a low-budget gore fest about a spaceship transported back from hell. It was his all-time favorite. They watched it straight through, then sat around his basement bedroom talking. Eric's parents came home and went down to meet her. It was lots of aimless chit chat, like Eric's dad talking about how he cut his hair at great clips. I don't know, whatever. They seemed friendly, Susan thought. They all got along well. After Eric's parents left, he played her some of his favorite tunes. It was mostly banging and screaming to her ear, but then he would mix in some new age stuff like Enya. He's so like me. Anyway, he put his arm around her once, but didn't go for a kiss. He did lots of thoughtful things, like offering to warm up her car when it was time for her to leave. She stayed until 11, half an hour after she should have. Eric kissed her on the cheek and said goodnight. Prom was the standard affair. They crowned a queen. Wow. They crowned a queen. They crowned a king. Mr. D breathed a sigh of relief that they could come through it alive. Dylan and Robin had fun, but joy wasn't really the objective. Prom was more about acting out some weird facsimile of adulthood, dress up like a tacky wedding party, hold hands, and behave like a couple even if you're never dated, and observe the etiquette of Gilded Age debutantes thrust into modern celebrity. Limos, red carpets, and a constant stream of paparazzi played by parents, teachers, and hired photo hacks. For enjoyment, someone invented after prom. Peel off the cummerbund, step out of the 2-inch pumps, forget the stupid posing, and indulge in actual fun, like gambling. The Columbine gym was outfitted with row after row of blackjack, poker, and crap tables. Parents in Vegas costumes served as dealers. They had ball toss contests, a jump castle, and a bungee cord plunge. It stayed active till dawn. After prom had its own theme, New York, New York. Some parents had built a life-size maze you had to follow to get into the school, and the entranceway was festooned with cardboard mock-ups of the Empire State Building and the Statue of Liberty. Some of the boys barely saw their dates after prom. Some didn't have one. Eric joined Dylan in his limo group. They spent hours in the casino losing fake money. Patrick Ireland hung out nearby. They never met. Dylan kept talking about college, about his future. He kept saying he could hardly wait. Chapter 7, Church on Fire. Give me a moment, because I need to, urinate. So, hold on. Oh, fuck. Oh, hell. Oh, there goes my lighter. Oh, not you again. Don't start. Well, no, because I need a cigarette or something. So clearly the first part of the book is trying to establish, I feel like it's trying to establish a relationship between you, the reader, and the people in the story. Like, it's establishing these characters earlier on. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've already ran through, like, I've already read for y'all the first 6 chapters, and all of it's been about, you know, different students and just sort of like how that week was prior, you know, before it, you know, everything went to shit. So it's just sort of like giving you like a background of, like, you know, what they looked like, how they were behaving, what their goals were, what they were like at school, you know, and just kind of like to give you an idea of just like, you know, what the average privileged white teenager was doing in fucking in Littleton, Colorado in the late 90s. You know what I mean? And I like that they did it that way. Like, that's why the book's so thick. I'm like, why is it such a big book? Like, we all kind of know what happened. Let's just get to it. But it's like, it really wants to, like, establish, I think, some sort of relationship between the reader and these different students, so that you really like feel like you know them, like sort of establish like this rapport, you know, before they're all senselessly slaughtered. So that's what I like about it. I think it's neat in that regard. That's why it's so fucking hard to read. Like, especially like anyone my age who like remembered being there when the shit happened and was seeing it on the news. Like, what the fuck? Like, and that's the only school shooting I know of where it was 2 perpetrators as opposed to just like one lone gunman. Like, most school shootings, it's only one guy, but that was the first school shooting I had ever heard of, and it was 2 dudes. Yeah, it's hard to read. Like, that's why I be like stumbling and shit when I'm reading that shit, because it's like, because I've already read that book, you know what I'm saying? So I already know what's coming, you know. Not to mention I already lived what's happened, you know, what happened. So that makes it like difficult to read that book, man. That's why I didn't think I was gonna read it again, to be honest. But since I really only saw like the one motherfucker in here talking about who I think was talking about this book, wanted me to read it, so I chose to. But I kind of wanted to read it to y'all anyway, because man, this book will make you fucking cry, dog. I've been holding in tears the whole fucking time I've been reading it, damn near. These cats starting on my fucking nerves. All right, let me go get my fucking coffee. Back up, Nutty B. Back up. What the fuck time is it? 4. Okay. This motherfucker back on the charger. Church on fire. This is a church on fire. This is the heart of evangelical country. This is Trinity Christian Center, an ecstatic congregation crying out for Jesus at a converted Kmart half a mile from Columbine. As the casino shut down in the school gym, the faithful rose across the Front Range. They spilled out into the aisles of Trinity Christian, heaving and rumbling like an old-time tent revival. The frenzied throng thrust 200 arms toward the heavens, belting out the spirits their souls just couldn't contain. The choir drove them higher. It ripped through the chorus of Hillsong's burning anthem, and the crowd surged. This is a church on fire. We have a burning desire. No one had had the fever like a sunburned high school girl, radiating from the choir like the orchid splashed across her sundress. She threw her head back, squeezed her eyes shut, and kept singing, her lips charging straight through her instrumental jam. Since pioneer days and the Second Great Awakening, Colorado had been a hotbed on the itinerant ministry circuit. By the 1990s, Colorado Springs was christened the Evangelical Vatican. The city of Denver seemed immune to the fervor, but its western suburbs were roiling. Nowhere did the Spirit move more strongly than at Trinity Christian Center. They had a Savior to reach out to and the enemy to repel. Satan was at work in Jefferson County. Any Bible church pastor would tell you so. Long before Eric and Dylan struck, tens of thousands of Columbine evangelicals prepared for the Dark Prince. The enemy, they called him. He was always on the prowl. Columbine sits 3 miles east of the foothills, closer to the peaks. Property values rise steadily in tandem with decorum. In comparison to Trinity Christian, upscale congregations like Foothills Bible Church mount Broadway productions. Foothills pastor Bill Aldemolian, that's probably not how you pronounce his last name, but we're just going to call him Bill. Pastor Bill took the stage like the quintessential televangelist. Blow-dried, sweat-back helmet hair, crisp tie, and tailored Armani suit in muted earth tones. But the stereotype dissolved when he opened his mouth. He was sincere, sharp-witted, and intellectual. He rebuked ministry for money preachers and their get-saved-quick schemes. West Bowles Community Church had laid between other megachurches geographically, socioeconomically, and intellectually. Like Bill, pastor's George Kirsten was a biblical literalist. He was contemptuous of peers obsessed with a loving Savior. His Christ had a vengeful side. Love was an easy sell. That missed half the story. That's offensive to me, Kirsten said. He preached a strict black and white moral code. People want to paint the world in a lot of gray, he said. I don't see that in the scripture. Religion did not mean an hour a week on Sunday to this crowd. There was Bible study, youth group, fellowship, and retreats. The thought for the day started the morning. Scripture came before bed. West Bowles kids roamed the halls of Columbine sporting what would Jesus do bracelets and exchanging Christian rock CDs. Occasionally, they witnessed to the unbelievers or argued scripture with the mainline Protestants. The Columbine Bible Study Group met at the school once a week. Its major challenges were resisting temptation, adhering to a higher standard, and acting as worthy servants of Christ. Its members kept a vigilant eye out for the enemy. Pastors Kirsten and Bill spoke of Satan frequently. Reverend Bill called him by name. Kirsten preferred the enemy. Either way, Satan was more than a symbol of evil. He was an actual physical entity hungry for compliant souls. He snatched the most unlikely targets. Who would have expected Cassie Bernal to fall? She was the angelic blonde junior who dressed up for a function at the Marriott on Saturday instead of prom. She was scheduled to speak at her church's youth group meeting on Tuesday. Cassie's house sat right beside Columbine property, but it was only her second year at the school. She transferred in from Christian Fellowship School. She had begged her parents to make the move. The Lord had spoken to Cassie. He wanted her to witness to the unbelievers at Columbine. Monday morning was uneventful. Lots of bleary eyes from Saturday's all-nighter. Lots of chatter about who did what. All of Mr. D's kids had made it back. A handful peeked through his doorway with big grins. Just wanted you to see our bright, shining faces, they said. Supervisory Special Agent Dwayne Fuselier was a little on edge Monday. He headed the FBI's domestic terrorism unit in Denver, and April 19th was a dangerous day in the region. The worst disaster in FBI history had erupted 6 years earlier, and retaliation followed exactly 2 years after. On April 19th, 1993, the Bureau ended the Bureau ended a 51-day standoff with the Branch Davidian cult near Waco, Texas, by storming the compound. A massive fire had erupted, and most of the 80 inhabitants burned to death, adults and children. Agent Fuselier was one of the nation's foremost hostage negotiators. He spent 6 weeks trying to talk the Davidians out. Fuselier had opposed attack on the compound but lost. Just before storming in, the FBI gave Fuselier one final chance. He was the last person known to speak to Davidian leader David Koresh. He watched the compound burn. Speculation raged about the FBI's role in the blaze. The controversy nearly ended Attorney General Janet Reno's career. Waco radicalized the anti-government militia movement, made April 19th into a symbol of perverse authority. Timothy McVeigh sought vengeance by bombing the Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City on April 19th, 1995. His explosion killed 168 people, the largest terrorist attack in American history to that point. Chapter 8. It's a safe bet that Eric and Dylan watched the carnage of Waco and Oklahoma City on television with the rest of the country. Those atrocities were particularly prominent in this region. McVeigh was tried in federal court in downtown Denver and sentenced to death while the boys attended Columbine in the suburbs. The scenes of devastation were played over and over. In his journal, Eric would brag about topping McVeigh. Oklahoma City was a one-time performance. McVeigh set his timer and walked away. He didn't even see his spectacle unfold. Eric dreamed much bigger than that. Judgment Day, they called it. Columbine would erupt with an explosion, too. Eric designed at least 7 big bombs, working off the anarchist cookbook he had found on the web. He chose the barbecue design, standard propane tanks, the fat, round white ones, 18 inches tall, a foot in diameter, packing some 20 pounds of highly explosive gas. Bomb number 1 employed aerosol cans for detonators, each wired up to an old-fashioned alarm clock with round metal bells on the top. Step 1 was planting them in a park near Eric's house 3 miles from the school. That bomb could kill hundreds of people, but was intended for only stones and trees. The attack was to begin with a decoy, rock the neighborhood and divert police. Every free minute raised the potential body count. The boys were going to double or triple McVeigh's record. They estimated the damage variously as hundreds, several hundred, and at least 400. Oddly conservative for the arsenal that they were preparing. Eric may have had another reason for the decoy plan. He was uncannily perceptive about people, and Dylan had been wavering. If Dylan was reticent, the decoy would help ease him in. It was a harmless explosive. No one would be hurt by it. But once they drove off, Dylan would be committed. The main event was scripted in 3 acts, just like a movie. It would kick off with a massive explosion in the Commons. More than 600 students swarmed in at the start of a lunch, and 2 minutes after the bell rang, most of them would be dead. Act 1 featured 2 bombs using propane tanks like the decoy. Each was strung with nails and BBs for shrapnel, lashed to a full gasoline can and smaller propane tank, and wired to similar bell clocks. Each bomb sits snugly into a duffel bag, which Eric and Dylan would lug in at the height of passing period chaos. Again, Dylan was eased into killing. Clicking over the alarm hinge was bloodless and impersonal. It didn't feel like killing. No blood, no screams. Most of Dylan's murders could be over before he faced them. The fireball would wipe out most of the lunch crowd and set the school ablaze. Eric drew detailed diagrams. He spaced the bombs out but located them centrally for maximum killing radius. They would sit beside 2 thick columns supporting the second floor. Computer modeling and field tests would later demonstrate a high probability that the bombs would have collapsed some of the second floor. Eric apparently hoped to watch the library and its inhabitants crash down upon the flaming lunchers. As the time bombs ticked down, the killers would exit briskly and flare out across the parking lot at a 90-degree angle. Each boy was to head for his own car, strategically parked about 100 yards apart. The cars provided mobile base camps, where they would gear up to unleash Act 2. Pre-positioning ensured optimal fire lanes. They had drilled the gear-ups repeatedly and could execute them rapidly. The bombs would detonate at 11:17, and the densely packed wing would crumble. As the flames leapt up, Eric and Dylan would train their semi-automatics on the exits and await survivors. Act 2, firing time. This was going to be fun. Dylan would sport an Intratec Tech DC-9, a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, and a shotgun. Eric had a high-point 9mm carbine rifle and a shotgun. They'd sawed the barrels off the shotguns for concealment. Between them, they'd carry 8 portable explosives, pipe bombs, and carbon dioxide bombs that Eric called crickets, plus a supply of Molotov cocktails and an assortment of freakish knives in case it came down to hand-to-hand combat. They'd suit up in infantry-style web harnesses, allowing them to strap much of the ammo and explosives to their bodies. Each had a backpack and a duffel bag to hump more hardware into the attack zone. They would tape flint match striker strips to their forearms for rapid-fire pipe bomb attacks. Their long black dusters would go on last for concealment and for looking badass. They planned to advance on the building as soon as the bombs blew. They'd be set back far enough to see each other around the corner and just barely avoid the blast. They had devised their own hand signals to communicate. Every detail was planned. Battle positions were imperative. The 250,000 square foot school had 25 exits, so some survivors would escape. The boys could remain in visual contact and still cover 2 sides of the building, including 2 of the 3 main exits. Their firing lines intersected on the most important point, the student entrance, adjacent to the commons and just a dozen yards from the big bombs. Positioning yourself at a right angle to the objective is standard U.S. infantry practice, taught to every American foot soldier at the infantry school in Fort Benning, Georgia. Interlocking fire lanes, the military calls it. The target is constantly under fire from 2 sides, yet the assault team's weapons are never pointed at Confederates. Even if a shooter turns sharply to peg an escaping enemy, his squad mates are safe. From their initial positions, Eric and Dylan could sweep their gun barrels across a 90-degree radius, firing without endangering each other. Even if one shooter advanced more quickly, he would never violate his partner's firing line. It is both the safest and the most effective assault pattern of modern small arms warfare. This was the phase Eric and Dylan were savoring. It was also when they expected to die. They had little hope of witnessing Act 3. 45 minutes after the initial blast, when the cops declared it was over, paramedics started loading amputees into ambulances and reporters broadcast the horror to a riveted nation. Eric's Honda and Dylan's BMW would rip right through the camera crews and the first responders. Each car was to be loaded with 2 more propane devices and 20 gallons of gasoline and an assortment of orange plastic jugs. Their positions have been chosen to maximize both the firepower in Act 2 and the carnage in Act 3. The cars would be close to the building, near the main exits, ideal locations for police command, emergency medical staging, and news vans. They would be just far enough from the building and each other to wipe out most of the junior and senior parking lots. Maximum body count, nearly 2,000 students, plus 150 faculty and staff, plus who knows how many police, paramedics, and journalists. Eric and Dylan had been considering a killing spree for at least a year and a half. They had settled on the approximate time and location, a year out, April, in the Commons. They finalized details as Judgment Day approached, Monday, April 19th. The date appeared firm. The boys referred to it twice matter-of-factly in the recordings they made in the last 10 days. They didn't explain the choice, though Eric discussed topping Oklahoma City, so that may have been something to echo that anniversary, as Tim McVeigh had done with Waco. The moment of attack was critical. Students like to eat early, so A lunch was the most popular. The maximum human density anywhere, anytime in the high school occurred in the Commons at 11:17. Eric knew the exact minute because he had inventoried his targets. He'd counted just 60 to 80 kids scattered about the Commons from 10:30 to 10:50. Between 10:56 and 10:58, lunch ladies bring out shit, he wrote. Then lunch door 2 opened and a steady trickle of people appeared. He recorded the exact moment each door opened and body counts in minute-by-minute increments. At 11:10, the bell rang. Fourth period ended. Students piled into the hallways. Moments later, they rushed the lunch lines, 50 more every minute. 300, 350, 400, 450, 500 by 11:15. By 11:15. Eric and Dylan's various handwritten timelines show the bombs scheduled to explode between 11:16 and 11:18. The final times are followed by little quips, quote, "have fun," and quote, "ha ha ha." Eric and Dylan expected their attack to puzzle the public, so they left an extraordinary cache of material to explain themselves. They kept schedules, budgets, maps, drawings, and all sorts of logistical artifacts, along with commentary in notebooks, journals, and websites. A series of videos were specifically designed to explain their attack. They would come to be known as the basement tapes because the bulk were shot in Eric's basement. Even more illuminating was Eric's 20-page journal devoted to his thinking. Both chronicles are revealing, but also maddeningly contradictory. They were so disturbing that the sheriff's department would choose to hide them from the public, concealing even the existence of the basement tapes for months. Eric and Dylan's true intentions would remain a mystery for years. The date was the first element of Eric's plan to fail, apparently because of ammo. On Monday, he had nearly 700 rounds for the 4 guns, but he wanted more. He had just turned 18, so he could buy his own, but that fact somehow escaped him. He was used to relying on others, and he thought Mark Maines could help. Maines was a drug dealer who ran some guns and ammo on the side. He had come through with the Tech 9 in January, but he was dragging ass on the ammo. Thursday night, Eric began hounding him to come up with the stuff. 4 days later, Eric remained empty-handed. They could have gone ahead without the extra ammo, but their firepower would have been impaired. Shotguns are not built for rapid-fire assault. The Tech 9 took 20 and 30 round magazines. Dylan could release one with the flick of a button and pop in a new magazine with a single sweep of the hand. Real gun aficionados hate the thing. It's too big and bulky for a professional and way too unreliable. A poor man's Uzi. Dealers complain of slapdash design, frequent misfeeds, and a lousy sighting mechanism that is often misaligned and can't be adjusted. Cheap construction and marginal reliability, says a major Russian gun dealer's website, but it was available. Eric and Dylan had a mostly uneventful Monday. They got up before sunrise to make bowling class by 6 a.m. They cut 4th hour for an extended lunch at Blackjack and attended their other classes as usual. That evening, Maines suddenly came through with the ammo. He'd gotten it at Kmart, 2 boxes with 50 rounds apiece. Together they cost $25. Eric drove to Maine's house to pick up the ammo. He seemed eager to get it. Maines asked if Eric was going to go shooting that night. "Maybe tomorrow," he said. It's so ominous knowing that what he did the next day. This one is so long. Chapter 9, Dads. Dave Sanders had never talked about regret before, not to Frank DeAngelis. They talked every day. They had been close for 20 years, but they had never gone there. It came up unexpectedly on Monday afternoon. Frank strolled out to the baseball diamond to watch his boys take on arch-rival Chatfield. He had coached the team before he went into administration alongside his old friend Dave Sanders. And there at the top of the bleachers was Dave watching right now. He had a couple hours to kill until his girls arrived for basketball practice. The season was over, but they were working fundamentals for next year. Dave could have spent the time grading papers, but it was hard to fight the lure of the field. Mr. D said hi to the kids excited to see him there, then sat down next to Dave. They talked for 2 hours. They talked about everything, their entire lives, coaching, of course. The first time they met when Frank arrived at Columbine in 1979. He was one of the shortest teachers on the faculty, and the principal recruited him to coach basketball. They needed a freshman coach, and I was on a 1-year contract, Frank said. The principal said, Frank, if you do me this one favor, I owe you one. And what am I going to say? I'll do whatever you want, sir. So I coached basketball. The conversation was lighthearted for a long time, Dave cutting up as usual. Then he turned serious. Do you miss coaching? He asked. Not really. Frank's answer sort of surprised Dave. Coaching was his life, Frank explained, but he had never really felt it, or he never really left it. He just expanded his audience. You think so? Dave wondered. Oh yeah, Frank said. You can't really teach a kid anything. You can only show him the way and motivate him to learn it himself. Same thing applies to shortstops turning to double play and students grasping the separation of powers in the U.S. government. It's all the same job. Now we have to coach teachers too, to inspire their own kids to learn. What about you? Frank asked. Any regrets? Yeah, too much coaching. They shared a good laugh. Seriously though, Dave said, his family had come second to coaching. God, his family came. No. Seriously though, Dave said, his family had come second to coaching. God, his family came second. Frank suppressed another laugh. His own son, Brian, was 19. Frank was confident he had been a good dad, but never enough of one. It had rankled his wife since day one, and recently she had laid into him about it. When are you going to stop raising everybody else's kids and start raising your own? That stung. It was a little hard to share, but this seemed like the moment, and Dave seemed like the guy. Dave understood. It was bittersweet for both of them. They had reached middle age blissfully. They wouldn't change a moment of their own for their own sake, but they had shortchanged their kids. Frank's son was grown now, and Dave's daughters were too. Too late. But they were still young women, and Dave had 5 grandkids and was hoping for more. Dave had not told the other coaches he was cutting back yet. He had not announced his decision to take off the first summer in memory. He confided it all to Frank right now. What an amazing guy, Frank thought. He thought about hugging Dave, but he didn't. The game was still going, but Dave got up. My girls are waiting for me, he said. I have open gym. Frank watched him walk slowly away. Coach Sanders had something else on his mind. He had felt his first team meeting last Monday. He had held his first team meeting last Friday, and his new captain, Liz Carlston, had failed to show. He expected to see her tonight. It was going to be a tense conversation, and it wasn't going to be just her. Sanders sat all the girls down on the court. They talked a lot about dedication. How was it going to look to the freshmen if the team leaders mouthed the words, then failed to show up? He expected a 100% commitment, every practice, every meeting, or you're out. He told them to scrimmage. He let them keep at it the entire evening. He sat on a folding chair watching, analyzing, and preparing. At the end of the night, Liz tried to summon the courage to talk to him. She had just blanked on the meeting. She hadn't meant anything by it. She felt guilt and fear and anger. He wouldn't actually cut her, would he? Why hadn't he given her a chance to explain? She stopped at the baseline to change her shoes. Coach Sanders was right there. She should talk to him. She walked out quietly. She didn't even say goodbye. Linda Lou was asleep when Dave got home that night. He kissed her softly. She woke up and smiled. Dave was holding a wad of cash, a thick stash, 70 singles. He flung them toward her, and they fluttered down into the comforter. She got excited. She loved his little surprises, but she wasn't sure what this was about. He went with it for a minute, got her hopes up, and then said she was silly. It was from her mom. Linda's mom's turning 70 on April 20th. She liked to gamble, and she would like that. Dave was all laughs that night with Linda. She was shocked when she learned how tense his evening had been. That's how the man could change, she said. Walked through our door, and he was done with basketball. Now he was thinking of my mom. He went down to fix himself a Diet Coke and rum. He found a game. Linda fell back asleep with a smile. Morning was less pleasant. The alarm buzzed at 6:30. Linda and Dave were both in a rush. Linda had to pick up balloons in her mom's birthday party, and Dave had to drop Linda's poodle off for a haircut. Dave had no time for breakfast. He snagged an energy bar and a banana for the car. It was trash day, his job, but he was going to be late. He asked Linda if she'd do it. She was too stressed. I really don't have time today. I'm really going to be late, he muttered. They rushed out to separate cars and realized they had forgotten to kiss goodbye. They always kiss goodbye. Dave blew a kiss from the driveway. On Tuesday morning, the boys rose early, as usual. It was dark but warm already, set to soar into the 80s, with blue skies perfect for their fires. It was going to be a beautiful day. Dylan was out of the house by 5:30. His parents were still in bed. He called out, "Bye," and shut the door behind himself. They skipped bowling class and went straight to work. Dylan scrawled the schedule into Eric's day planner under the heading, "Make Today Count." Eric illustrated it with a blazing gun barrel. First stop was the grocery store, where they would meet up to acquire the last of the propane tanks, 2 for the cafeteria, 2 for each car, 2 for the decoy. The big bombs were the heart of the attack. Eric had designed them months before he had left acquisition to the final morning. The boys had stashed most of the arsenal in Eric's bedroom closet, and he had faced a couple of close calls with his parents already. Hiding a cluster of 20-pound tanks in there was out of the question. They returned to Eric's house at 7 and they split up. Eric filled the propane tanks. Dylan got the gasoline. They allotted half an hour to assemble the big bombs and set up the cars, and an hour for one last round of gear up, practice, and chill. They got something to eat, and Dylan apparently had potato skins. Several friends noticed peculiarities. Robin Anderson was surprised to see Dylan, a no-show for calculus. He had sounded fine on the phone the previous night. Then a friend told her Eric had been missing from third hour. The boys cut an occasional class together, but never an entire morning. Robin hoped Dylan wasn't sick. She made a mental note to call her once she got home. Their friends, Brooks Brown, had a stronger reaction. Eric had missed a test in psychology class. What kind of stunt was that? Chill time was over. It had gone on too long, perilously over schedule. Shortly before 11 a.m., Eric and Dylan set off with the arsenal. Dylan wore cargo pants, a black t-shirt printed with wrath, and his red socks cap turned backwards as usual. His cargo pockets were deep enough to conceal most of the sawed-off shotgun before he pulled on the duster. Eric's t-shirt said "Natural Selection." They both wore black combat boots and shared a single pair of black gloves. The right on Eric, the left on Dylan. They left 2 pipe bombs behind at Eric's house, 6 at Dylan's. Eric laid a microcassette on the kitchen counter with some final thoughts. They also left the basement tapes with a final goodbye recording that morning. They drove separate cars to a park near Eric's house, dumped the decoy bomb in a field, and set the timers for 11:14. Combat operations were underway. They hopped back in their cars and headed for the school. They had to hustle now. The last few minutes were critical. They couldn't plant the big bombs until A lunch began. 4th period ended at 11:10. Once the bell rang, they had 7 minutes to carry the bombs in, navigate the turbulent lunch crowd, stash the bombs by the designated pillars, get back to their cars, gear up, take cover, and prepare to attack. Eric pulled into the parking lot at 11:10, several minutes behind schedule. A couple of girls spotted his car as they headed out for lunch. They honked and waved. They liked him. Eric waved back and smiled. Dylan followed him in, no waves. Dylan drove to his normal spot in the senior lot and parked his BMW directly in front of the cafeteria. When the attack began, this would afford him a clear sweep of the southwest side of the building, the long, wide arc of green-tinted windows that wrapped the commons on the first floor and the library above. Eric continued on the small junior lot about 100 yards to Dylan's right. Eric had the choice spot, directly facing the student entrance, where the bulk of the survivors would presumably flee. He could also cover the full southeast side of the building and interlock his fire with Dylan's to his left. Brooks Brown walked out for a cigarette and spotted Eric parking in the wrong lot. Brooks charged up to confront him about the test. By the time he got there, Eric had stepped out and was pulling out a big hulking duffel bag. "What's the matter with you?" Brooks yelled. "We had a test in psychology." Eric was calm but insistent. "It doesn't matter anymore," he said. "Brooks, I like you now. Get out of here. Go home." Brooks thought that was strange, but he shook his head and walked on away from the school. Eric's friend, Nate Dykeman, also caught sight of him arriving and also found the circumstance strange. Eric headed in with his duffel bag. By 11:12, they were scheduled to be back at their cars, arming up. A surveillance tape They had less than 3 minutes. The timers were set for 11:17. There was only a modest chance that they could make it to safety in time, and they could hardly have hoped to be locked and loaded when the bombs blew. They could have reset the timers and sacrificed a few casualties. That would have required coordination as they had parked across the lot from each other and would be risky to expose the bombs inside the cafeteria. They could have abandoned the plan, but the decoy bombs might already be exploding. Shortly after 11:14, they entered the commons. They moved inconspicuously enough to go unnoticed. Not one of the 500 witnesses noticed them or the big bulky bags. One of the bags would be found inches from the two tables strewn with food. They made it out and armed quickly. It was just like the drill, except this time each was alone. Close enough for hand signals, too far to hear. They strapped on their arsenals, covered them with the dusters. Time was tight, and they broke with their drill, leaving the shotguns in the duffel bags. Each boy had a semi-automatic against his body, a shotgun in his bag, and a backpack full of pipe bombs and crickets. This is probably the moment they set the timers on their car bombs. It would just be a matter of seconds now. Hundreds of kids dead. As far as they knew, they had initiated mass murder already. The timers were winding down, nothing to do but wait. Surveillance cameras should have caught the killers placing the bombs. They would have if either the bombers or the custodian had been on time. Every morning, the custodian followed the same routine. A few minutes before a lunch, he pulled out the pre-lunch tape and set it aside for later viewing. He popped an old used tape into the machine, rewound it, and hit record. Rewinding took up to 5 minutes, meaning a brief pause in taping. Kids could leave all the garbage they wanted during that window, but hardly anyone was around to do so. The custodian was running late on Tuesday. He hit the stop button at 11:14 and no bombs were visible. Neither was Eric nor Dylan. While waiting out the rewind, the custodian got a phone call. He talked and the tape sat a little longer. He got the new tape in and hit record at 11:22, leaving an 8-minute gap. The first frame shows the bombs visible and students near the windows beginning to react. Something peculiar outside has caught their attention. Columbine ran on a bell schedule, and most of its inhabitants followed a strict routine. Several of them had broken it Tuesday morning. Patrick Ireland, the junior afraid to ask Laura to the prom, liked variety. Some days he spent a lunch in the library, others in the cafeteria. He had stayed up late talking to Laura on the phone again and still had to finish his stats homework. So he headed to the library with 4 of his buddies as Eric and Dylan positioned their duffel bags. Patrick sat down at a table just above one of the bombs. Cassie Bernal, the evangelical junior who had transferred to Columbine to enlighten non-believers, pulled up a chair near the window. It was unusual to find her in the library at this hour. She was also behind on her homework, trying to complete an English assignment on Macbeth, but she was happy she had finished the presentation she would be making to her youth group that night. Mr. D was oddly absent from the cafeteria. His secretary had booked an interview, delaying his rounds. He sat in his office at the opposite end of the main corridor, waiting for a young teacher to arrive. Mr. D was about to offer him a permanent position. Deputy Neil Gardner, the community resource officer, worked for the sheriff's department, but was assigned full-time to Columbine. He normally ate with the kids, and a lunch was his optimal chance for bonding, a key element of his job. He wore the same security uniform with the bright yellow shirt every day, so he was easy to spot. Tuesday, Gardner took a break from his normal routine. He didn't care for the teriyaki on the menu, so he went for takeout from Subway with his campus boss, an unarmed civilian security guard. It was a beautiful day, lots of kids were outside, so they decided to check out the smokers. They ate their sandwiches in Gardner's squad car in the faculty lot behind the smokers' pit on the opposite side of the school. Robin Anderson sat in her car nearby. She had driven out the senior lot just about the time Eric and Dylan were hauling the bombs in, but had missed them. She'd swung around the building to pick up 2 friends. She got antsy. Lunchtime was slipping away. 5 minutes passed, maybe 10. Finally, the girls appeared. Robin snarled at them, and they drove off. On the opposite end of the school, shots had already been fired. A freshman named Danny Rohrbro went to the Commons to meet up with 2 buddies. After a few minutes, they decided to head out for a smoke. If the bombs had worked, that choice might have saved him. He might have gotten out just in time. They headed out a side exit at the worst moment, directly alongside the senior parking lot. The bombers spent a minute or two by their cars. They knew the diversionary bombs should have already blown 3 miles to the south. In fact, it had fizzled. A surveyor working in the area had moved it, and then the pipe bombs and one of the spray cans had detonated, producing a loud bang and a grass fire. But the propane tanks, the main explosive force, lay undisturbed in the burning field. The decoy was Eric's only big bomb to ignite it all, but one of the dumbest ideas. Officials learned of it just as the shooting started 4 minutes before the first call from the school. The chief effect was to alert authorities that something was amiss in the area. Nothing of consequence was diverted. Eric and Dylan had to proceed on faith. Ha! And faith will get you nowhere. As far as Eric and Dylan knew, cops were already speeding south. They would see the commons disintegrate, though. Each car was positioned for a perfect view. The cafeteria would explode in front of them. They would watch their classmates be torn apart and incinerated, and their high school burning to the ground. At 11:18, the school stood intact. Some kids had already made it through the lunch lines and were strolling outside, settling onto the lawn for a little picnic. No sign of disturbance. The timing devices were not precise. No digital readouts with seconds counting down in red numerals. They were old-fashioned clocks with a third little alarm hand positioned 2/5 of the way between the 3 and the 4. But they should have been blown by now. Hundreds of targets streamed out the student entrance. They hopped into their cars and zipped away. Time for Plan B. There was no Plan B. Eric had staggered confidence in himself. He left no indication that he planned for contingencies. Dylan left no indication that he planned much of anything. They could just proceed to Act 2, mow the departers down in a crossfire and advance on the exit as scripted. They still could have topped McVeigh, but they didn't. The bomb failure appears to have rattled one of the boys. No one observed what happened next. Either boy might have panicked, but Eric was unflappable, the reverse of his partner. The physical evidence also points to Dylan. Eric apparently acted swiftly to retrieve his emotional young partner. We don't know whether they employed their hand signals or how they came together. We know that Eric was in the prime location, yet abandoned it to come to Dylan's. And Eric moved quickly. Within 2 minutes, Eric had figured out that the bombs had failed, grabbed his packs, crossed the lot to Dylan's car, rushed with him to the building, and climbed the external stairs to the west exit. That's the first place they were observed at 11:19. Their new position set them on the highest point on campus, where they could survey both lots and all the exits on the side of the building. But it took them away from their primary target, the student entrance, still disgorging students. They could no longer triangulate or advance aggressively without separating. At 11:19, they opened the duffel bags at the top of the stairs, pulled out the shotguns, and strapped them to their bodies. They locked and loaded the semi-automatics. One of them yelled, "Go, go!" Somebody, almost certainly Eric, opened fire. Eric wheeled around and shot at anyone he could see. Dylan cheered him on. He rarely fired. They hit pedestrians among the trees, picnickers to the south, kids coming up to the stairs to the east. They tossed pipe bombs down the stairs into the grass and onto the roof, and they shared a whole lot of hoots and howls and hearty laughs. What a freaking wild time. Rachel Scott and her friend Richard Castaldo were the first down. They had been eating their lunch in the grass. Eric shot Richard in the arms and torso. He hit Rachel in the chest and head. She died instantly. Richard played dead, and Eric fell for it. Danny and his smoking buddies, Lance Kirkland and Sean Graves, were headed up the dirt path toward the stairs. They saw the gunman firing, but assumed it was a paintball game or a senior prank. It looked like fun. They rushed toward the shooters to get closer to the action. Danny got out ahead, making it halfway up the stairs. Eric pivoted and fired his carbine rifle. A shot tore through Danny's left knee, in the front and out the back. He stumbled and began to fall. Eric fired again and again. As Danny collapsed, he took a second bullet to the chest and a third to the abdomen. The upper round went straight through him as well, causing severe trauma to his heart. It stopped pumping immediately. The third shot lacerated his liver and stomach, causing major organ damage. And lodging inside, Lance tried to catch Danny, but realized he had too been hit multiple times in the chest, leg, knee, and foot. Danny's face hit the concrete sidewalk. Death was almost instantaneous. Lance went down on the grass. He blackened out, but continued to breathe. Sean bursts out laughing. He was sure it was paintball. They were a part of the game now. Sean felt the shot zip past his neck. It left a cool breeze in its wake. He felt a couple of pricks, like an IV needle being pulled out. He didn't realize he had been shot. He looked around. Both his friends were down. Pain signals reached Sean's brain. It was like someone had kicked him in the back. He ran back for the door they had come out. He nearly made it, but the pain overcame him. His legs gave out and he collapsed. He couldn't feel his legs anymore. He couldn't understand what had happened. He seemed to have been shot by a tranquilizer gun. Eric turned again and spotted 5 kids under a clump of pines in the grass. He fired and kicked, and the kids took off running. One fell. He played dead too. Another took a hit but kept on running. The last 3 got away clean. The shooters kept moving. Lance regained consciousness. He felt someone hovering above him. He reached up toward the guy, tugged on his pant leg, and cried for help. "Sure, I'll help," the gunman said. The wait seemed like forever to Lance. He described the next event as a sonic blast that twisted his face apart. He watched chunks of it fly away. Breaths came rapidly, air in, blood out. He faded out again. Dylan made his way down the hill toward Sean. Several people in the cafeteria saw him coming. Someone ran out, grabbed Sean, and started dragging him in. An adult stopped in. She said it was dangerous to move a seriously injured person. Sean ended up propped in the entrance, with the door pressed against him. Someone tried to step over him on the way out, planted a foot into his back, and said, "Oh, sorry, dude." A janitor came by and reassured Sean. He held Sean's hand, said he would stay with him, but he had to help kids escape first. He advised Sean to play dead, and Sean did. Dylan fell for it again, or at least pretended to. He stepped right over Sean's crumpled body and walked inside. A stampede was underway in there. The lunch crowd had panicked. Most took cover under tables. Some ran for the stairs. Coach Sanders heard the commotion in the faculty lounge and ran toward the danger. I don't think he even thought about it, his daughter, Angela, said later. His instinct was to save his kids. Dave burst into the commons and tried to take charge. 2 custodians followed him to assist. Sanders directed students to get down. He rethought that pretty quickly and then yelled, "Run." Sanders looked around. There were exits in 3 directions, but most of them looked bad. There was one plausible option across the commons and up the wide concrete stairway to the 2nd floor. No telling what was up there, but anything was better than this. Sanders led the way. He ran across the open room unprotected, waving his arms to get the kids' attention and yelling for them to follow. The tables offered little true protection, but they felt a lot safer. It was scary out in the open. The kids trusted Coach Sanders, though. A wave of students swelled behind Sanders. Most of the 488 people in the commons followed him towards the stairs. He bolted to the top and spun around to direct traffic. To the left, to the left. He sent them all down the corridor toward the east exit away from the senior parking lot. The whole time he was just saving people, a student said. He took me and just pushed me into a room. Some students stopped to warn others. Some just ran. Someone ran into the choir room and yelled, "There's a gun." Half the kids took cover. The others fled. A few doors down in science room 3, students were immersed in a chemistry test. They heard something like rocks being thrown against the windows, but the teacher assumed it was a prank. "Stay seated and concentrate on your test," she said. Dave Sanders stayed behind until every kid had passed. The tail end of the mob was pushing its way to the stairs as Dylan stepped inside the cafeteria. There were 24 steps. About 100 kids were caught on the staircase, racing for cover on the second floor. They were wedged between each other and the steel railings, nowhere to take cover. They were arrayed at different heights for easy access. Crouching wasn't an option. Anyone attempting to stop would be trampled. The cafeteria was roughly 100 feet wide. Dylan was in easy firing range. One or two pipe bombs or one burst from his Tech 9 would have halted the entire advance. Dylan took a few steps in, lifted his weapon up to firing position. This was the second time since setting the timers that Dylan separated from Eric. For the second time, Dylan appeared to lose his nerve. He swept his rifle in an arc across the room. He watched the students disappear up the stairs. He didn't fire. He had only engaged his weapon a few times. Dylan looked around, then turned and stepped back over Sean in the doorway. The heavy door whacked Sean hard again in its grip. Dylan rejoined Eric at the top of the stairs. It's not clear why Dylan made his cafeteria excursion. Many have speculated that he came down to see what went wrong with the bombs, but he never went near them. He made no attempt at detonation. It's more likely that Eric sent him to check for opportunities to rev up the body count. Dylan did nothing on his own, but Eric amused himself heartily at the top of the stairs, shooting, laughing, and hurling pipe bombs. He spotted a junior named Anne Marie Hochhalter getting up from the curb to make a run for it. Eric hit her with a 9mm round. She kept running, and he hit her again. This time she went down. A friend picked her up, dragged her to the building, and got her out of Eric's sight. Then he let go of her and ran. He ducked behind a car in the senior lot, and a pipe bomb exploded where Anne Marie had first collapsed. "This is awesome," one of the killers yelled. By the time Dylan rejoined Eric, they had used up all the easy targets. Everybody caught outside had run like crazy or hidden. One last pack was still in the open. These students had fled across the senior lot, climbed over the chain link fence, and were racing across the soccer field near the base of Rebel Hill. Eric had a go at them, but they were too far. Not out of range, just too hard to hit. Dylan fired at the distant targets too, bringing his total shot count up to 5. It was 11:23. The killers had enjoyed 4 heady minutes. 4 minutes. Deputy Gardner was the first officer alerted. The custodian radioed Gardner as soon as he started the new surveillance tape and caught sight of kids near the windows. The custodian sounded scared. The first 911 call came through to Jeffco at the same time. A girl was injured in the senior parking lot. Quote, "I think she's paralyzed," the caller said. The dispatch hit the police van at 11:23, just as Gardner drove around the building to the Commons, and Dylan rejoined Eric at the top of the stairs. "Female down," the dispatcher said. Gardner saw smoke rising and kids running. He heard gunshots and explosions and a flurry of dispatches on his radio. He couldn't quite tell where the commotion was coming from. 4 minutes into the mayhem, much of the student body was oblivious. Hundreds were running for their lives, but more sat quietly in class. Many heard the commotion, few sensed any danger. Most found it annoying. The chaos and the solitude went on side by side, only yards apart from each other. As Dave Sanders ushered kids to the common staircase, part-time art teacher Patty Nielsen paced above him on hall monitor duty. Sanders herded the lunch crowd up the stairwell toward her, but then down a parallel hallway. Nearly 500 kids charged the length of the building. Nielsen never saw or heard them. She heard the racket outside, though. Some kids ran up saying they heard gunfire. Nielsen was annoyed. It was a prank, obviously, or a video shoot. It had gone on far too long. She looked down the corridor to the west exit. Through the large glass panes in the doors, she could see a boy with his back to her. He had a gun. He was firing it into the senior lot. She assumed it was a prop, a loud one, and totally inappropriate. Nielsen stormed down the hallway to tell him to knock it off. A junior named Brian tagged along to watch. They approached the exit just as the shooter ran out of targets. There were two sets of doors there, separated by an airlock. Nielsen and Brian passed the first set and reached for the second handles. Eric spotted them. He turned, raised the rifle to his shoulder, aimed at Nielsen, and smiled. Then he fired. The glass shattered, but the bullet missed. Nielsen still thought it was a BB gun. Then she saw the size of the hole. "Dear God," she screamed. "Dear God, dear God." She turned to run. I could not imagine being there. She turned to run. He fired again. Another miss, but glass and metal shards and possibly a grazing bullet tore through the back of her shoulder. It burned. Brian had turned too. Nielsen heard him grunt, saw him lurch forward, his back arched, his arms flared, and he hit the floor hard. That looked bad, but he got right up onto his hands and knees to scurry back through the first doors. It was shrapnel, just like hers. She got down too, and they crawled the short distance back to the first doors. They got one partially open and squeezed through. Once they had the doors behind them, they rose to their feet and ran. Nielsen was desperate for a phone. The library seemed like an obvious destination. It was just around the corner, spanning most of the south hallway behind a glass wall. Nielsen saw dozens of kids milling about inside, plainly visible to the shooter she pictured on her heels. She never looked back to see. Nielsen ran into the library to warn them. "There's a kid with a gun," she yelled. There were no adults. That surprised Nielsen. Teacher Rich Long had rushed in moments before, yelled at everyone to get out, and then fled to warn others. Patty Nelson had the opposite instinct. She ordered them down. Then Nielsen grabbed the phone behind the counter and punched in 911. She concentrated on details like the extra 9 for an outside line. Don't waste a second. Oh, you looking for the?
Is it still out there?
No, I'm using it. Yeah, because my phone's dying. But that other one's out there. Nielsen expected the shooter to arrive any moment, but Eric was not following. He had been distracted. Deputy Gardner had pulled into the lot with lights flashing and sirens blaring. Gardner had stepped out of his car, still confused about what he was walking into. Eric opened fire. He got off 10 rounds, all misses. Dylan did nothing. Gardner took cover behind his police car. Eric didn't even hit that. Then his rifle jammed. Eric fought to clear the chamber. Dylan fled into the school. Gardner saw his opening. He led his patrol across the roof and squeezed off 4 shots. Eric spun around like he'd been hit. Neutralized, Gardner thought. What a relief. Seconds later, Eric was firing again. It was a short burst, then he retreated inside. It was 11:24. The outside ordeal lasted 5 minutes. Eric did most of the shooting. He fired his 9mm rifle 47 times in that period and did not use his shotgun. Dylan just got 3 shots off with the Tech 9 handgun and 2 with the shotgun. They headed down the hallway toward the library. Dave Sanders heard the shots when Eric fired on Patty Nielsen. Coach Sanders ran toward the gunfire. He passed the library entrance just moments after Nielsen ran in. He spotted the killers at the other end of the hallway. He wheeled around and ran for the corner. A boy peeked out of the choir room just in time to see him flee. Sanders wasn't running for it. He was trying to clear students out of the line of fire. "Get down," he yelled. The story took 28 minutes to hit local television. The networks quickly followed. Something awful was happening at a high school near Denver. Coverage began with confused reports about a shooting in the outlying suburbs. No confirmation on injuries, but multiple shots, as many as 9, and possible explosions. Automatic weapons might be involved, possibly even grenades. A fire has been reported. SWAT teams were mobilizing. CNN was locked in on Kosovo. NATO had gone to war over the genocide there. Night had just fallen in Belgrade, and American warplanes were massing on the horizon, about to pulverize fresh targets across the Serb capital. At 11:54 a.m. Denver time, CNN cut to Jeffco and stayed there nonstop all afternoon. The broadcast networks began interrupting the soaps. Columbine quickly overshadowed the war. No one seemed to know what was actually happening. Was it still happening? Apparently. As the networks went live with the story, gunfire and explosions were erupting somewhere inside that school. Outside, it was mayhem. Choppers circled, and police, firefighters, parents, journalists had descended on the campus. Nobody was going inside. Fresh waves of support troops were arriving by the minute, but they just crowded around the building. Occasionally, students would scurry out. Local stations kept surveying the area hospitals. There are no patients yet. A journalist reported from one, but they are expecting one victim with an ankle wound. Jeffco 911 operators were overwhelmed. Hundreds of students were still inside the building. Many had cell phones and were calling with conflicting reports. Thousands of parents from all around the area were dialing the same center demanding information. Many students gave up on 911 and called the TV stations. Local anchors began interviewing them live on the air, and the cable networks picked up their feeds. Witnesses confirmed injuries. A girl said she watched, quote, like 3 people get shot. Did it look like they were shooting at specific people? A reporter asked. They were just shooting. They didn't care who they shot at. They were just shooting. And then they threw a grenade or they threw something that blew up. There seemed to be no end of witnesses, though most had seen chaos, but no one causing it. A senior described the first moments of awareness. Okay, I was sitting in math class, and all of a sudden we looked out, and there's people that are sprinting down the math hall, and we open the door, we hear a shot, a loud bang, and then we hear some guy go, holy crap, there's a guy with a gun. So everybody starts like freaking out. One of my friends goes up to the door and says, there's a guy standing there. We evacuate to the corner of our classroom, and my teacher just doesn't know what to do because she's so freaked. There appeared to be several shooters, all boys, all white, all Columbine students. Some were shooting in the parking lot, some in the cafeteria, some upstairs while roaming the halls. Somebody was positioned on the roof. Some of the assault team wore t-shirts. Others advanced in long black trench coats. One pair included one of each. Some had hats, and 1 or 2 were hiding behind ski masks. Some of this mix-up was standard crime scene confusion. Contrary to popular conception, eyewitness testimony is notoriously unreliable, especially when witnesses were under duress. Memories get jumbled and witnesses imagine missing details without realizing they're doing it. But much of this misunderstanding was due to specific factors. Eric discarded his trench coat at the top of the stairs almost as soon as he began shooting. Dylan kept his on until he got to the library. Each costume change created another shooter to everyone else. The school's location on a hill with nearby entrances on both floors allowed Eric and Dylan to be seen upstairs and downstairs almost simultaneously. The long-range weapons scattered gunfire over a shooting radius hundreds of yards wide. Distant witnesses had no idea where the shooters were. They only knew they were under attack. Some witnesses listened carefully and correctly located the source of the turbulence, but the bomb blast often led them astray, particularly when bombs landed on the roof. Several kids were sure something was coming from up there. They spotted a frightened air conditioner repairman and instantly identified him as the rooftop gunman. Word whipped through the Columbine community. Kids called home on their cell phones the minute they got to safety or someplace they hoped would remain safe. About 500 students were off campus, either for lunch or sick or cutting class. The first sign of a problem came when they hit police barricades as they tried to return. Cops were everywhere, more cops than they had ever seen. Nate Dykeman was one of the kids heading back in. He was stunned by the stories he heard. Nate had gone home for lunch, same as he did every day, but on the way out, he had seen something peculiar. Eric walking into the building from the wrong parking lot at the wrong time. He should have been walking out. Eric and Dylan had both been missing that morning. They were up to something, obviously. Odd that they hadn't included him, or at least called. Maybe not Eric, he wasn't the most thoughtful friend, but Dylan was. Dylan would have called. There had been some weird shit going on between those two lately. Pipe bombs and guns. When Nate heard about the shooting, he got nervous. When someone mentioned the trench coats, that sealed it. This isn't happening, Nate thought. This can't be happening. He ran into his girlfriend, who was stopped at an intersection. She was also a good friend of Eric's. She followed Nate home. Then Nate did the same thing nearly everyone was doing. He started dialing friends, checking in to make sure everyone was safe. He wanted to call Dylan's house, but that was just too scary. Soon. He would call soon. He checked on some other friends first. While Deputy Gardner was firing at Eric, he knew help was on the way. Female down at a high school unleashed a frenzy of police radio traffic. Jeffco issued a metro-wide mutual aid request, prompting police officers, firefighters, and paramedics from around the city to begin racing toward the foothills. The police band got so congested so quickly that Gardner couldn't alert dispatch they'd arrived. After engaging Eric, Gardner got back in his car and radioed for backup. This time he got through. Gardner followed protocol and did not pursue Eric inside. Deputy Paul Smoker was a motorcycle cop writing a speeding ticket on the edge of Clement Park when the first dispatch came in. He radioed that he was responding and gunned his motorcycle into the grass. He tore through soccer fields and baseball diamonds and arrived at the north side of the building just moments after the Gardner's gunplay. He parked behind an equipment shed where a bleeding boy had taken shelter. Another patrol car pulled up right behind him, then another. They all wound around the corner from Gardner, just out of sight. The boy told them he had been shot by Ned Harris. Nobody had any paper, so a deputy wrote the name on the hood of his patrol car. They ran forward to help another bleeding student lying in the grass. As they approached, they passed into Deputy Gardner's line of sight around the corner. It had been 2 minutes. Wait, fuck. Where was I at? It had been 2 minutes since Gardner's gun battle with Eric, and he was out of his car with his pistol drawn. Smoker and Gardner spotted each other as Eric reappeared inside the west exit doorway. "There he is," Gardner yelled. He opened fire again. Eric ducked back down behind the door frame. He poked his rifle through the shattered pane and returned fire. A couple of students were on the move again, and Eric tried to nail them too. Smoker could see where Gardner was firing, but the doorway was blocking him from view. He maneuvered down to where he could see Eric and got off 3 shots. Eric retreated. Smoker heard gunfire inside. Most students ran out of the building. He did not pursue. Deputies continued arriving. They attended to the scared and wounded and struggled to determine what they were up against. Witnesses came to them. Kids saw their police cars at the top of the hill and came running. Some were bleeding. All were desperate. They lined up behind the cars and crouched near the officers for protection. They provided lots of accurate information. Reports on the police radio conflicted wildly, but any one group in one location tended to offer remarkably consistent accounts. These kids described 2 gunmen in black trench coats shooting Uzis or shotguns and throwing hand grenades. At least one appeared to be high school age, and some victims knew him. Kids kept arriving. The cars were feeble protection, and the crowd was likely to draw attention. The deputies decided it was paramount to evacuate them. They directed some of the boys to tear their shirts into strips and treat each other's wounds while they devised an escape plan. They decided to line several patrol cars up as a defensive wall and shuttle the students to safer ground behind them. Every cop had been trained for events like this. Protocol called for containment. The deputies broke into watch teams. They could cover a handful of the 25 exits and protect those students who were already out. Setting up a perimeter, they called it. They would repeat the perimeter phase endlessly that afternoon. Paramedics were establishing triage areas away from the school, and the deputies worked on getting the kids there. Cops would lay down suppressive fire to protect evacuations and scare off opportunistic attacks. They had no idea whether the gunmen were still present or interested. The officers did not observe or engage the gunmen for some time. Newly arriving officers covered additional exits. Gunfire was audible to the first officers and continued through the arrival of hundreds more. Deafening explosions kept erupting inside the school. The exterior walls along the cafeteria and the library rumbled from some of the blasts. Deputy Smoker could see the green windows buckling. Half a dozen students ran out the cafeteria doors after one shockwave. They made it to another deputy who was guarding the south exits. "Are we going to die?" one of the girls asked him. "No," she asked again. "No," she kept asking. The deputy thought the shooters might flee the building, cross the field, and hop a chain-link fence separating the school grounds for the first subdivision. "We didn't know who the bad guy was, but we soon realized the sophistication of their weapons," Deputy Smoker said later. "These were big bombs, big guns. We didn't have a clue who they were, but they were hurting kids." When the networks went live around noon, hundreds of uninformed responders were present. 35 law enforcement agencies were soon represented. They had gathered an assortment of vehicles, including a Loomis Fargo armored truck whose driver had been working in the area. One student counted 35 police cars speeding past him on his 1-mile ride home from school. Ambulances and police cars barging over medians, and motorcycle cops weaving through opposite traffic, almost killing themselves, he said. Half a dozen cops arrived every minute. Nobody seemed to be in charge. Some cops wanted to assault the building, but that was not the plan. Whose plan was this? Where did it come from? They reinforced the perimeter. Eric had exchanged fire with two deputies at 11:24 and 11:26 a.m., 5 and 7 minutes into the attack. Law enforcement would not fire on the killers again or advance on the building until shortly after noon. Damn. Until shortly after noon? Oh my God, that must have felt like absolute hell to those children in there. Ribbons of yellow police tape marked the perimeter. No one was getting out of there. The issue became getting in. Onlookers, journalists, and parents were appearing as fast as policemen. They presented little threat to the deputies, but significant danger to themselves. Misty Bernal was one of the early arrivals. She did not know that her daughter was in the library or what that might portend. She only knew Cassie was missing along with her freshman son, Chris. Misty's yard backed right up to the soccer field where Eric had fired on students, but she had arrived by a much more circuitous route. Misty was a working mom, so she was not present to hear Eric fire toward her house. But her husband, Brad, was. He had come home sick, heard a couple of pops, but thought nothing of them. Firecrackers, maybe some pranksters. He lived beside a high school. He was used to commotion. He didn't even put his shoes on to have a look. Half an hour later, Misty sat down to lunch with a coworker and got a disturbing call. It was probably nothing, but she called back Brad to check. He put on his shoes. Brad went out back and peered over the fence. Bedlam. The schoolyard was swarming with cops. Misty Bernal was a tall, attractive woman in her mid-40s with a loud voice and a commanding presence. She had full features and the same curly blonde hair as Cassie, worn in a similar style, though shorter, just past her shoulders. She could be mistaken for a much older sister. Brad was taller, with dark hair and handsome, a big guy with a soft voice and a humble demeanor. They shared an intense faith in the Lord, and they began begging him to save their kids. They could cover more ground apart. Misty headed for the high school. Brad hung by the phone. At the perimeter, officers struggled to hold back the parental onslaught. TV anchor broadcast their entreaties. As difficult as it may be, please stay away. But fresh waves of moms and dads kept swarming over the hill. Misty gave up. 2 rendezvous points had been set up. Misty chose the public library on the other side of Clement Park. She found very few students. Where were they? When they poured out of the high school, students had seen 2 main options, a subdivision across Pierce Street or the wide open fields of Clement Park. Hardly anyone chose the park. They crouched behind houses, worked themselves under shrubbery, rolled under cars, any semblance of protection. Some pounded frantically on front doors, but most of the houses were locked. Stay-at-home moms started waving strangers in off the street. Kids were piling into houses, one student said. There must have been like 150 or 200 kids piled into this one house. The second rendezvous point, Leewood Elementary, sat in the heart of that neighborhood, so most of the survivors gravitated there. Parents were sent to the auditorium where kids were paraded across the stage. Moms shrieked, hugs abound, unclaimed kids sobbed quietly backstage because the kids were hard to keep in one place. Sign-in sheets were posed on the walls so parents could see evidence in their child's own hand. There was no parade of survivals at the public library. Misty was conflicted. Leaving for Leawood was risky. The roads had been closed, so everything was by foot now. She could easily miss her kids in transit. A local minister got up on a chair and shouted, "Please stay here." The fax will arrive any minute, he assured them. They would be much better off waiting. The fax was a copy of the sign-in sheets from Leawood. Misty waited impatiently for its arrival. The mood stayed tense but restrained. Commotion erupted in little bursts. "Paul's okay," a woman screamed. She held up her cell phone. "He's at Leawood." Her husband rushed over. They hugged. They wept. Tears were rare. It was too scary to cry in fear. Only reunion allowed release. A clump of students would reappear now and then over the hill. If they weren't claimed immediately, a pack of moms would descend to interrogate them. Always the same question: how did you get out? They needed reassurance there was a way out. "I didn't know what to do," a young girl said. "We heard guns and I was standing there and the teacher was crying and pointing to the auditorium. And everybody was running and screaming and we heard an explosion. I guess that was a bomb or something. I didn't see this, but we were trying to find out. And I guess they shot again and everyone started running and I was like, what's going on?" They started shooting and there was complete panic. People were shoving. They were going into the elevators and people would push people off and everyone was running. Most of the story sputtered out like that, disjointed flurries of recreated mayhem. The words ran together until the witnesses ran out of breath. A winsome freshman was different. She was still in her Columbine gym uniform and recounted her escape dispassionately. She had faced the gunman in the hall. She was pretty sure one had run right past her, shooting. But there was so much smoke and confusion, she wasn't sure what was happening or where or anything. Bullets ricocheted down the corridor, glass shattered, metal clattered, chunks of plaster crashed down on the floor. Moms gasped. Someone asked if she'd feared for her life. "Not really," she said, "because the principal was with us." She said it matter-of-factly with earnest conviction. It was just the tone of a younger girl might have used to explain that she had felt safe with her dad. The stories were harrowing, but they reassured no one. I'm sorry, no. Where did I just say that at? The stories were harrowing, but they reassured the moms. Every escape was different, but they ended the same. The kids escaped. The accumulation was soothing. Misty questioned every kid. "Cassie," she shouted. "Chris." She worked her way across the crowd and back again. Nothing. Command had fallen to the newly elected Jeffco Sheriff John Stone. He had not yet faced a murder case in office. The Metro cops were horrified to discover that the county was in charge. Many were open with their disgust. City and even suburban officers thought of sheriff deputies as security guards. These were the guys who shuttled defendants to courts from the jail. They stood guard while the real cops testified about the crimes they had responded to and investigated. The grousing increased when they learned who was heading the command. John Stone looked the part of an Old West sheriff, a big burly guy with a large pot belly and a thick gray mustache, weathered skin, and craggy eyes. He wore the uniform, the badge, and the pistol, but he was a politician. He had been a county supervisor for 12 years. He'd run for sheriff last November and taken his oath in January. He'd appointed John Dunaway as his undersheriff, another bureaucrat. The sheriff and his team defended the perimeter. Gun blasts came and went. The SWAT team seethed. When was somebody going to allow them to advance? Dunaway named Lieutenant David Walcher incident commander. Operations would now be directed by a man who did police work for a living with oversight from Dunaway and Sheriff Stone. The three set up a command post in a trailer stationed in Clement Park, half a mile north of the school. Just after noon, a SWAT team made its first approach on the school. The officers commandeered a fire truck for cover. One man drove the truck slowly toward the building while a dozen more moved alongside. Near the entrance, they split in half, 6 and 6. Lieutenant Terry Manwaring's team held back to lay down suppressive fire and later worked its way back to another entrance. At approximately 12:06, the other 6 charged inside. Additional SWAT team members arrived moments later and followed them. The team thought they were in striking distance of the cafeteria. They were on the opposite end of the building. Lieutenant Manwaring had been inside Columbine many times, but he was unaware it had been remodeled after the cafeteria moved. He was perplexed. The fire alarm had not been silenced. The men used hand signals. Every cupboard or broom closet had to be treated as a hot zone. Many doors were locked, so they blasted them open with rifle fire. Kids trapped in classrooms heard gunfire steadily approached. Death appeared imminent. Parents, reporters, and even cops outside heard the shots and came to similar conclusions. One room at a time, the team worked methodically toward the killers. It would take 3 hours to reach their bodies. On the west side, where the killers were active, a fire department team staged a riskier operation. Half a dozen bodies were named on or near the lawn outside the cafeteria. Several showed signs of life. And Annie Marie, Lance, and Sean had been bleeding for 40 minutes. The deputies along the perimeter moved in closer to provide cover while 3 paramedics and an EMT rushed in. Eric appeared in the second-floor window above and fired on them. 2 deputies shot back. Others laid down suppressive fire. The paramedics got 3 students out. Danny was pronounced dead and left behind. Eric disappeared. Lieutenant Manwaring's half of the SWAT team had inched around outside the building using the fire truck for cover. They arrived at the opposite side half an hour later. They rescued Richard Castaldo from the lawn around 12:35, an hour and a quarter after he was shot. They made another approach to retrieve Rachel Scott. They brought her back as far as the fire truck. Then they determined she was dead and aborted. They laid her there on the ground. Finally, they went for Danny Rorborough, unaware of the prior finding. They left him on the sidewalk. At 1:15, a second SWAT team charged with the building from the senior lot, smashed a window in the teacher's lounge, and vaulted in. The officers quickly entered the adjacent cafeteria but found it nearly deserted. Food was left half eaten on the tables. Books, backpacks, and assorted garbage floated around the room, which had been flooded by the sprinkler system. Water was 3 to 4 inches high and rising. A fire had blackened ceiling tiles and melted down some chairs. They did not notice the duffel bags held down by the weight of the bombs. One bag had burned away. The propane tank sat exposed, mostly above water, but it blended into the debris. Signs of panic were everywhere, but no injuries, no bodies, no blood. There were lots of healthy people. The team was shocked to discover dozens of terrified students and staff. They were crouched in storage closets up above the ceiling tiles or plainly visible under cafeteria tables. One teacher had climbed into the ceiling and tried to crawl clear through the ductwork out to safety to warn police, but had fallen through and required medical care. 2 men were shivering in the freezer, so cold they could barely lift their arms. The SWAT team searched them and shuttled them out the window they came in. At first that was easy, but the farther they moved, the more officers they had to leave behind to secure the route. They brought in more manpower to assist. Overhead, circling steadily, chopper blades beat out a steady thump, 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 thump. Robin Anderson, why did they have to feel the need to write that in here? Anyway, Robin Anderson watched it off in the parking lot. She had headed to Dairy Queen with her friends, zipped through the drive-thru, and circled back to school. There were a whole lot of cops when they got back. Officers were assembling the perimeter, but the entrance to the senior lot was still open. Robin pulled into her space. A cop strode up with his gun drawn. "Stay where you are," he warned. It was already too late to back out. Robin and her friends would wait in her car for 2.5 hours. Robin ducked when she saw Eric appear in the library window. She couldn't tell it was him. She was too far back. All she could make out was a gun and a white t-shirt firing a rifle in her general direction. Why would do something like this? Robin asked her girlfriends. Who would be this retarded? That's what she said. Okay. Robin looked over to her friends' spaces. Eric, Dylan, and Zach had assigned spots, 3 in a row. Zach's car was there. Eric, and Dylan's were missing. Nate Dykeman was terrified of who might be responsible. He had called most of his close friends, but he had held off on Derek and Dylan. He had been hoping to hear from them. Hoping, but not really expecting. Dylan would break his heart. They had been tight for years. Nate spent a lot of time at his house, and Tom and Sue Klebold had looked after him. Nate had a lot of trouble at home. The Klebolds had been like a second mom and dad. Dylan didn't call. Around noon, Nate dialed his house. Tom Klebold would be home. He worked from there. Hopefully, Dylan was with him. Tom picked up. "No, Dylan was not there. He's in school," Tom said. "Actually, no, he isn't," Nate said. "Dylan hadn't been in class. and Nate didn't want to worry Tom, but there had been a shooting. There had been descriptions. The gunmen were in trench coats. Nate knew several kids with trench coats. He was trying to account for all of them. He hated breaking the news, but he had to say it. He thought Dylan was involved. Tom went to Dylan's room, checked his closet for the coat. "Oh my God," he said, "it's not here." Tom was shocked. Nate said later, "I thought he was going to drop the phone." He just could not believe that this could possibly be happening and his son was involved. "Please keep me informed," Tom told him. "Whatever you hear." Tom got off the phone. He turned on the TV. It was everywhere. He called Sue. She came home. Tom called his elder son. He and Sue had kicked Byron out for using drugs. They would not tolerate that behavior, but this was too important. Tom apparently withheld his fears from Dylan. Byron told co-workers he was terrified his brother was trapped. He was also worried about younger friends still in school. "I've got to see if everybody's okay," he said. Lots of Byron's workmates were connected to the school. They all headed home. Tom Klebold called 911 to warn them his son might be involved. He also called a lawyer. The television version of the disaster was running 30 minutes to an hour behind the cops' view. Anchors dutifully repeated the perimeter concept. The cops had sealed off the perimeter. But what were all those troops doing exactly? There were hundreds out there. Everyone seemed to be milling about. Anchors started wondering aloud. Luckily, no one seemed to be seriously injured. Around 12:30, the story took its first grisly turn. Local TV reporters gained access to the triage areas. It was awful. So much blood. It was hard to identify the injuries. Lots of kids had been loaded into ambulances. Area hospitals were all on alert. Half a dozen news choppers circled, but they withheld most of their footage. For a few minutes, stations had broadcast live from the air, but the sheriff's team had demanded they stop. Every room in Columbine was equipped with a television. The gunmen might well be watching. Cameras would home in on the very images most useful to the killers: SWAT maneuvers and wounded kids awaiting rescue. TV stations also held back news of fatalities. Their chopper crews had seen paramedics examine Danny and leave him behind. The public remained unaware. The stations also caught glimpses of a disturbing scene played out in a second-story classroom in another wing of the building far from the library in Science Room 3. It was hard to make out exactly what was going on in there, but there was a lot of activity and one disturbing clue. Someone had dragged a large white marker board to the window with a message in huge block letters. The first character looked like a capital I, but turned out to be a numeral. 1 bleeding to death. Hostage standoff, and I'm gonna stop right there, man. I can't. I need some time. Thanks for watching, y'all. We'll pick up. Remind me the next time I go live again if y'all want to continue the story. Chapter 14, hostage standoff, is where I left off. Louis for the